Welcome to this free Adobe Animate Beginners course. In this fully comprehensive 4.5-hour tutorial, you will be learning all the tools and basics of Adobe Animate. If you would like to learn everything there is to know about using the software like a pro, get access to the full course by clicking the link in the description box down below. Now, let's get started.
Hello! On this first lesson, I'm just going to give a rundown of the actual interface and the basic tools of this program before we get on with the actual animation. So Adobe Animate, as soon as you open, already has a few presets that you can choose. When you're actually working with an animation, you should choose one that fits your objective better. But for now, just for demonstration, I'm just going to click on Full HD, which is the file format that is best for video, for example. Now, Full HD is just the size of your file. Let me try and create a new one to show you. So Full HD is 1920 by 1080 pixels. If your computer isn't very strong or powerful, you might want to use HD, for example, which has the same radio but has a lower resolution. Or you can just create a file that is smaller, has a different shape, whatever is best for you and more comfortable for practicing. I just like to keep it on Full HD. Okay, so when you start, you might have this huge white canvas in front of you. If you want to zoom out, just press Ctrl-, and now you can see the full canvas. Now your interface might look a little different. Maybe it's a little more open like this. And Adobe Animate also has different workspace setups, so you can change that up here on workspaces. I believe that it already defaults to the basic one, which is the one I'm using right now. It might be still a little different because I've already made my own changes, but this is basically the setup. Now the classic one, like it used to be when it was Adobe Flash, looks like this. Honestly, I think it's very convoluted and I don't like to see the timeline on the top. I prefer it on the bottom, but you can also manually set things up. As you start working more and more with this, you might see what's more comfortable for you. I'm just gonna keep it on the basic one because I think it's pretty minimalistic and it has everything you need for now, at least. So on this first video, I'm going to talk mostly about the toolbar because this is the part you use to actually create the images and drawings and whatever you want on this program. So before everything, I actually like to keep a certain window open, which is the property window. So it might already be here on the corner. It has these little sliders as an icon. I'm just going to pop that out like that. Or I can also keep it like that, but it's going to close maybe? No, so let me backtrack. The properties panel is going to be on this little icon with the sliders, and I'm just going to keep it open. It's my own preference because the properties window is based on context. So depending on what you have to select it, it's going to change. And if you can't find the properties, you'll just go over here on Windows and click on Properties, and it's going to open the window for you like that. So the reason I like to keep it open is because the properties are going to change depending on what you have selected. It's contextual. So right now I have the Select tool, but if I go over, let's say, to the Brush tool, it's going to give me the brush settings instead of the selection settings. So I like to keep it open because it shows you all the potential of that tool, and it even helps you understand it better the more you use it. So that's why I like to keep it there. So to show you how all these tools work, I'm just gonna select a color over here, just gonna keep it black, and I'm gonna draw something simple on the screen. Okay, so the properties did leave. I'm gonna keep it open like this so I always see it. Okay, so I use the brush tool, so I'm gonna start with that. Basically, it's the one that I use the most because I like to draw hand-drawn animation. So I like to use the brush because it's a much more natural form of drawing, because you just use your tablet and it even has the pressure sensitivity and all that. So the properties already show you several things that you can change. The most basic ones would be the size. This is where you can change them. I believe there's also a shortcut for that. Yes, so different from other softwares, the icon of the brush doesn't really show you the size. So that's why it's good to have the properties, because by using the bracket keys, these ones on your keyboard, you can lower and increase the size of your brush. You can also set the smoothing. As you can see, one of the things that bothers me a little bit about Adobe Animate's brush is that it has these little squigglies that come up when you draw, but if you go that all the way to 100, it kind of gets rid of it. I just think that sometimes, depending on what you draw, if you make something really sketchy, didn't really happen much here, but sometimes it deforms your drawing a lot. So when I'm sketching, I like to use a lower smoothing, even if the drawing itself might look a little bumpy. But I'm gonna keep it on 100 because that makes it a little prettier. I'm actually gonna redraw that circle, so you can see the difference that make. I'm going to increase the brush size, and that's a little better. The circle isn't actually very perfect, but it's gonna be enough to show you everything that I want to. And you can also see different shapes for your brush. If you like to draw with a square brush, you can do that. And it may be basic, but honestly, you can get a lot of things done just with the brush tool. And going back to the order of the toolbar, another very important tool is the selection tool. So when you have the selection tool selected, the properties that will show are actually the document properties, just because this tool itself doesn't have much to change. So here you can set the size again. So when you set it up at the beginning and you end up changing your mind, you don't need to create something new. You can just change it here. You can also change the frame rate of your animation, which I'll explain a little bit more on the next video. For now, I'm just going to stick to the tools. So the selection tool, basically, if you drag it on your screen, it can select a number of things that are on your screen. So, and you can also move it. You can also click and drag and deform and break the shapes that you have. And depending on how you want to draw, this can be really useful. I don't use it much, but there are artists that do a lot. It all depends on what you prefer to do. Down here also is the free transform tool, which is similar, but basically as soon as you select something, it goes to the free transform mode. You can also go into that. Let's say if you want to transform something and you hadn't selected this, you can just press Q, and it's going to already going to show you this little transforming box that you have on this tool. So down here there are some properties about the transform. It basically changes the way you transform the object that you've selected. It's going to default onto free transform. I just went back to that. So you can basically reshape things with it. So if you want to change the proportions, you just go on the corner. If you want to keep the proportions, you can just hold shift and it's just going to resize your drawing. You can also, oops, you can also just go through the sides, and if you hover your brush if you hover your cursor right over the side, you can skew it. So if you don't really remember these shortcuts or you don't like using them, you can, if you want to keep the proportions, you can just click on scale, and like that you don't have to press any buttons to keep it on its original scale. You can also distort. This one is really fun if you want to make things in perspective. So let's say you drew the circle, but you want it to be tilted to a side. You can do that, and that makes it sort of look like it's going back in space. But you can have a lot of fun with it. It's even more flexible than the normal free transform tool. So also, if you see me going back on the things I did, I'm just pressing Ctrl Z, so that undoes everything you do. So I draw something, but it's not the way I wanted to, just press Ctrl Z. And if you want to redo that, you press Ctrl Shift Z, basically. And it's very, very important. So next up, another selection related tool is the lasso tool. So instead of having that classic box that you do when you slide, this one allows you to draw out the shape. Again, it works very well with more complex drawings. So these were our selection tools. Now to the more drawing related tools. First up, we have the pen tool. Now it's already selecting the last thing I drew for some reason, the last thing I selected. I'm just going to see if clicking out of it, it doesn't do that. Yes. So Adobe Animate has some things that are a little bit fussy with that sometimes. The pen tool is very similar to what you see in Adobe Illustrator, in which you don't really organically draw something. You kind of create a line point by point, and you can also create curves just by sliding your brush. So if you're used to that, this can be really good to make very precise line art. And we'll get into line art and making your drawings look good at a later stage, but just so you know that this exists. And once you master this tool, it can really, really give you a lot of flexibility. Pretend I did not undo all that. Next up is the brush tools. So I was using the classic brush tool, which, as I said, is the more classic one. It's more simple, and when I'm just sketching and doodling things on this, that's what I prefer to use. And I already sort of showed you the different things that it can do. There's also the fluid brush, which is basically a brush tool that has a lot more. It's basically a brush tool that has a lot more properties. So you can change, for example, the taper of your brush. So you can do this, but the roundness isn't very high. Here you go. So as you see, the roundness was down and it made it a little bit more squared, but I put it on 100% and now it's a perfect circle. If you want the taper to be a lot more noticeable, can drag that up, and it kind of looks like an ink paint brush. It's really cool. So you can just have a lot of fun with the different settings that this has. I'm gonna put this down a little bit. There you go. And it's more similar to the sort of brushes that you see in Photoshop. And it's a lot more similar to the brushes that you see in other drawing software. And for a long time, this brush was not even available. Adobe has recently started to give a bit more attention to Adobe Animate and just give us a lot more possibilities to draw here. Next up is the eraser. It's pretty basic. You can just erase things and you can change the size as the other brushes. It also responds to pressure sensitivity. So when it says minimum size is the size that shows up when you give it a very light pressure, and then you can pressure the tip of your pen a little bit more and it increases, just like the brush. The eraser is actually selective to what you draw sometimes. So for example, the brush tool that I used over here, it uses fills. So I can select it to only erase fills. Actually, it was already selected and it will erase these. But for example, the pen tool only draws with strokes. So if I use it over the pen tool, it does not erase. It even let me zoom out. It shows a little white outline wherever you draw, but it's not going to stay there. So even if I do that, it's not really erasing. It's just showing me the line that it created. But it can also erase everything if you just wanted to. So I did this, and it's going to erase the lines as well. Or it can only erase lines like that and not fills. I'm going to explain more about the difference between strokes and fills on another lesson, but I'm already showing you that they exist because they are already part of certain properties of the tools that I'm showing. Now, something that will actually help me show you how strokes and fills are different is with the shape tool. So we are on a rectangle tool. So as the name says, you can just make rectangles. But I'm talking about the strokes and fills. Right now you can't really see that because everything is black. If I select this, as you can see, it has selected the fill. If I click here, it has selected the stroke. To select this tool without clicking on it, I just press the V key, so it goes straight to that. Now, if I want to change the color of the fill so I can show you better, I selected a red color, and now you can see it has a fill and a stroke in different colors. So I can actually even remove the fill like this. I can break the line and just do everything I want, basically. And you can, so the difference between lines and fills is that the lines, or better, the strokes, you can change the size at a later stage if you prefer. It is a lot more vectorized in a way. When something is a vector, you can modify it a lot more instead of bitmap, such as Photoshop. But Adobe Animate works only with vectors when you are drawing. So lines, you can also, when you want to distort them, let me try that. Yes, they all move together, but the fills, they are basically a filled in shape. So when you do that, it's only going to bend one of the sides, just like here. The brush is a fill tool, so it's only going to move the edge of your shape, whereas the brush tool, the pen tool, where I use it here, is going to move everything with it. So let me just fix that square. There we go. And the shape tool has other things, so it also has an oval tool. Why is this stroke gray? There we go. Now I changed the stroke back to black. And it also has a polygon tool, which here on the properties you can set, let's say you can make it a polygon, and it's going to have 5 sides like it says here, or you can do that and set it to 8, and it's going to be an octagon if you want it to be. You can also create stars, and just like the other tools, it has a lot of flexibility that you can see here on the properties. Let me go back here to the rectangle. So I change the subtools by clicking and holding, and a lot of tools actually have this. So they have subtools down here, which sometimes don't even have much to do. For some reason, the transform tool can change to the gradient transform tool. And the lasso tool also has different settings that you can choose. So as for the shape tool, it has different shapes that you can create. Next to it is the line tool, is an even more rudimentary version of this pen tool, but you can only kind of create the individual lines. You can't really connect them as well as the pen tool. I prefer using the pen tool if I want to create straight lines, but it also has the normal old, let's say, line tool that existed way before the pen tool did back in the day, I guess. So these were the basic drawing tools. There's also the text tool, but I'm not really going to get into it right now. It's pretty basic as well, because we're not really going to use this much for animation. Now that I'm talking about it, for example, a tool that I don't use much, you can really organize everything that you want down here on the 3 dots icon. So let's say I don't really use the text tool, so I'm just going to drag it out and it's going to go back to its place. I might go into other tools that are here that I'm not talking about right now, but I have the ones that I use out here because I realized over time that these were the ones that are most important to me. This pin tool also I don't use. I don't know why it was there. Okay, so now we have the fill tool. Let me deselect that. And it's the paint bucket tool that we all see in different softwares. So it's going to fill in fills or the other lines. I don't think it only works with fills, so it's not going to color your lines. If you've made them, you actually have to select them and then change the stroke and all that. So that's something important to remember. Let me go back to that. But you can fill in lines that you've made, like, and if you've closed a certain line, you can actually fill it in like that. And you can also fill in created lines with the brush tool as well. So this is obviously really handy when you're drawing, and let's say you've created a character and you just want to fill in all the colors after you've lined it. Basically just use the paintbrush tool. It also has some properties that you can either select down here, it's also up here in the properties tab, to close or not close gaps. So right now with these simple shapes, you can very clearly see what is open and what is closed. Here is an open shape, these are closed. But when you're actually creating some drawings, it can be really hard to notice if a shape is closed or not, just like I did here. Now, because it's vectorized, you can really zoom in and see that it's not closed at all. But if you are down here at the paint bucket tool and it says don't close gaps, and you click here, it's not going to close. That's why I like to keep it on close small gaps, because it's going to do it for you. And if you have really large gaps, you can also make its tolerance a little larger. And then we're getting to the end. This is the eyedropper tool, so it lets you pick up the colors that you have already seen on your screen, even the background. It already sets straight to the paint bucket tool, because a lot of the times when you're picking up colors, it's when you're using that. And it's actually a pretty practical that it automatically goes to the paint bucket tool, as we'll see when we're working with drawings. It also selects the background color for some reason if you need that, but if I wanted to use this red again, it already selects the fill color if it's the one on the front. Now, yeah, you can actually just change around the color that you have on your fill over to the stroke if you are actually selecting the color for the stroke. So let's say I chose this and I want to make a red stroke, but if I do that, it's going to go for a fill, because generally speaking, if you're using the eyedropper tool, usually it's for fills, so it already automatically does that. But you can click on this little swap icon. You can also just press X and it's going to swap the two colors over here. And now you have a red stroke color if that's what you wanted. And lastly, I've already kind of spoken about these, but you can use the hand tool to move around your canvas. You can also, if you're using any other tool, if you hold the spacebar, you're just going to automatically be in the hand tool and you can pan your canvas like that. But if you don't want to keep pressing it, you can just select it. Another sort of secret of this program is that if you double click on the hand tool, it will center your canvas on the screen. And lastly is the zoom tool. So you can use Ctrl plus and minus to zoom, but you can also select this. If you click, it's going to zoom in, and if you hold Alt and click out, it will zoom out. Also, if you don't want to hold Alt to zoom out, you can just select it to zoom out like that. And if you want to zoom in again, just select it again. So these were the basic tools that I feel like are the most important when you're starting out, in case you're new to this software. On the next video, I'm going to talk about the timeline, which I think is the most important part of the software when you're working with animation. So see you next time. Hello. On this lesson, I'm going to talk about the layers and the timeline tool in general. So I've already set up my file, basically the same as before, but on this one, I have already set my FPS, or frames per second, to 24. Now that's just my preference because I like working with hand-drawn animation, but if you like paper doll animation or motion graphics, 30 frames per second might be better because it will make your animation smoother. But for hand-drawn and practicing purposes, 24 is more than enough. If you want to change the FPS for your file, you just go on the General Document Settings and the FPS window is right over here. So before we get started with the timeline, which is probably the most important part when working with animation, I want to first of all explain layers in case you're not familiar with them. Layers are very important in digital art because they allow you to stack images on top of each other. So this helps you to not have to rework a lot if, for example, you made a mistake, and it helps you just generally organize your drawings and your work a lot better than working traditionally. So over here is our layer window, and I'll create a few just for you to see how it kind of looks if you have a lot of layers. And as you can see, they have this order to them. They are one on top of the other, and the most recent ones are put on top of everything else. So to demonstrate a little better, for example, I'm going to just draw a random line. And this is on the bottommost layer. Now, if I go to the layer literally on top of that one and draw a different line, and I'm going to use a different color for you to see this, it's going to be obviously on top. Now, the difference this does when working on the same layer or separating in different layers is that you can change this. For example, if I drag the first one over the second one like I did just now, it's going to be on top of the one that was previously on top of the black line. And I can undo that, and now it's like it was before. So when I say it preserves your drawings if you separate them by layers, is that if I disable the layer on top, which is on this little eye icon, it only erases that one that I selected, all the information that is on the specific layer, and I can just put it on back again. Now I'm going to show you what would have happened if I had done everything on the same layer. I'm just going to delete these ones on the top because we don't need them right now. Just using the trash can layer with the ones. So you just click on the trash can layer and it will delete the layers that are selected that are in blue. So again, I'm going to keep everything on the same layer, so I'm not going to select layer 2. I'm going to draw a line and then with another color so you can differentiate. I'm going to draw another line. Now let's say I did not like the red line. Obviously right now, because I just did it, I could have just undone. But sometimes if you're way too far in your drawing and you've already done a lot of other things and you can't really go back as far, or it will just delete everything that you've already done, the problem with having something underneath is, as you can see, the selection tool won't really select the entire line like before, because if I select the red one, which is all still one single shape, it will have sort of erased the things that are underneath it. So this is what happens when you draw on the same layer. And when it comes to the selection tool, it will select the things that are the same color. So this one, I can separate the red line specifically because it's different than the one underneath it. Wait, I keep pulling the vertices. If you click on it and then drag it, there you go. But had I done it in black, and I'm still on the same layer, that's an even bigger problem because now that everything is the same color, it will all become one single shape. You cannot separate them anymore. So if you want to use different layers but still separate the shapes, if you want to use the same colors but still have them separated, that's when separating your layers is very important, because if I draw that on with the same color on a different layer, it will no longer select them like one single shape, because layers, they will keep the selection from doing that. And now I can easily separate them or select them on their own in case you want to change something about it. And now I'm just going to explain some other functions in the layer window. So let's say you're sketching something. And I like to sketch with a different color. Usually I actually use some shade of blue. So let's say I just want to draw a smiley face. And now if I wanted to finalize the drawing because it might be too rough and I want to make it look nicer, then of course I would go to a different layer and just draw over it. Now, something that might be really useful when you're working with several layers is if you want to isolate a layer and make sure that you don't, let's say, accidentally draw inside it, you can lock it. So on this little lock icon, you just click it on the layer you want to lock. And now you can't really do anything on it. You can't select it, you can't deform it, and you can't even draw on it. It will even warn you if it's locked. And if you click on yes, it will unlock it for you. So I like to do that when I'm sketching because it might really prevent me from making a terrible mistake. And if you start, as I said, if you start finalizing a drawing on the wrong layer, it's going to end up erasing the sketch underneath it. Yeah, that's not even gonna look better. But that was just for an example. Now, another thing that might be useful when you're using sketches is lowering the opacity of the layer. You can do that by double clicking on the paper icon over here, or you can right click and click on properties. It's the same thing. So over here you can also lock and unlock it, and on visibility is where you can change the opacity. So if I click here and click OK, it's going to lower the opacity. Just to show you what that means, I'm going to unlock it so I can select it. Opacity is basically the transparency of your drawing. So if it's on 100% opacity, it means it's completely opaque, and so nothing can go through it. But since it's on 50%, it is half transparent. And you can really see that when you put a different background underneath it. You can see that the darker background shows through. You can also customize the amount of opacity that you're lowering. It already sort of defaults to 50, but if you click, you can type the amount that you want, or you can slide to an even lower or bigger amount. And like this. Oh, sorry. There we go. And with 10%, you see it's barely even visible. So I'm just going to keep it normally visible like this. And I'm going to get into the other properties later and really explain them better. But another useful one that I already want to touch on is the guide layer. So when you choose guide layer, it basically, it doesn't really change anything that you can do on the layer, but also it changes the little icon over here. But it's also another thing to help you when you're exporting your animation, so that the guide layers, they will not be exported in the final file. And again, this will make more sense later on, but I wanted to leave that explained now and then put it back to normal. Now, let's say another thing that is very important when it comes to organization is folders. So here we have 2 layers, and let's say this is one certain character, and I've sketched him and I've finalized his drawing, and this one actually looks worse, but you get what I mean. And now I want to draw a new character, and you know, I'm gonna start drawing it and all that stuff. But so I can keep myself even more organized, it's very important to use folders. Basically, you click on the folder icon over here. Now, this folder will be for our first character. And so if you want to put these 2 layers that I've used previously, you just hold Shift so you can select more than one layer, select the ones you want and drag them inside the folder. And now the folder will only contain these, and you can even collapse it by clicking on this little arrow. And if let me keep them all visible here. And if I click on the eye icon, it's going to affect all the layers inside of it. And as you might imagine, with very complex files, this is very important. And again, if I want to create a new one, now I have 2 folders with my 2 different characters, and they all just stay together like that. I'm just gonna keep the original one. And now for the final things I'm going to explain is just the other icons that you can see over here. They're pretty simple. So the one over here, it says show all layers as outlines. If you click on the one here on top, it's going to affect all the layers that you select. But you can also do that by clicking the specific layer you want to be affected by that. So as you might have seen, if I click on that, it's going to all just become an outline. And that might be useful if you, again, you're sketching or you want the layers to just have a very low contrast. This can be pretty useful. And you can also deform things still as outlines. I personally don't use this very much, but some people might prefer using it. Also, if for some reason you want to change the outline, which it really isn't the true color of your layer, again, it's the one that is actually on the object on your canvas, these colors are just to separate them and differentiate them. In the properties, you can change that to any color you want. Also, these are all preset, as it says, default swatches, but you can create new colors and specific colors by clicking on that color wheel. And lastly is the highlight option. So it really is just, again, to make layers more easy to find. So if you click on this, it will just create a little line over here to highlight the layer. Like that. So that was all I had to say about layers, and let's get to the timeline in the next video. Hello! So now I'm going to talk about the actual timeline. So this is the part where you get to organize the frames of your animation. As soon as you open your file, you already have one layer and one frame set. Now, I'm going to see if I can increase the size of this. I believe it's over here. So if you just click on here, it will sort of zoom in for you. And that doesn't really change anything. It just makes it a little easier for you to see. All right. So over here, it basically just counts the number of frames for you. And because mine is set to 24 frames per second, when it hits a second, it already marks it for you, just to make it a little easier for you to time your drawings. So now that I haven't drawn anything yet, as you can see, this little icon over here has a blank. This frame that is the only one we have, it has a little white circle inside it, or better, it's a blank circle. It means it hasn't been filled yet. There is no data inside this frame yet. And as soon as I draw something, it becomes filled in and a little lighter. So there is information inside of it. Now you can, let's say, extend that frame by clicking on Insert Keyframe, and it will create another identical frame next to it. And if I click on Insert Blank Keyframe, it's going to create a new frame without any information in it. So now comes a little bit of differentiation on the types of frames. Next to it says Insert Frame. So as you can see, it didn't say keyframe. That means that it's only going to hold the drawing for more than one frame. This is all the same one. But if I want to create a new frame, it will become blank and I can draw anything else. So we had a circle and now we have a triangle. And if I want to hold this circle for a longer time, I just keep pressing on Insert Frame, and it will last longer. The difference it makes for inserting a keyframe, I'm just going to delete this one. If I were to click on this one, they may seem the same, but they are two different frames, because if I were to add anything to this, So if I were to add anything to this drawing, it's not going to affect the one after it, because they are separated. They may look the same, but they have been separated as two different frames. And when I say a frame is held, this is when I'm talking about timing. So I can play the animation by clicking play. And let's extend this one for a little longer. And create a new blank frame. And let's draw anything random again. I'll just draw a triangle so you can really differentiate. As you can see, I've held this one longer than the second frame, so it stays longer on the screen. And this one only stays for one frame, but it's pausing on the end. We can really see the actual timing if we put this on loop. So I'm just going to click on this, and you drag this slider all the way to the end so it loops the entire animation. So yeah, as you can see, one single frame is very little time. It's like a blink. Okay, so I'm just going to delete everything for now. So the remove frames button, it only really works if you have selected the specific frame you want to do that on. So I'm just going to start from scratch again. And for now, I'm just making very random drawings, and I'm not really going into the animation principles because I just want to show you the actual function of everything here. But let's say you want to make this ball move, right? And you want to keep it very similar to the one next to it, because if I create a new frame, I don't see anything. So it's very difficult to know where exactly it was. I wanted to move in to the right. So you might think this is very hard. And yes, it is. So for you to have a better idea of what came after the frame you were working on, there is the onion skin tool. Now, the onion skin basically allows you to see behind. So this was the previous frame, so it's showing you a little hint of it on the back. So now if I want to draw a similar thing next to it, I can. And now it's sort of moving, and I can keep going like this. I'm just going to make a few more to show you a little bit more about how this tool works. So I've drawn a few little circles, and if I play it, it moves, right? So about the onion skin, as you can see, the ones that are coming after are highlighted in green, and the ones backwards are red. Now you can customize your onion skin almost entirely. Before we get to the actual settings, you can see there are two little sliders next to it. This is how much other frames are exposed. So if you want just one frame behind or after you, you can just set it to a single frame. And again, you can make that a lot longer, a lot like that. And they keep going darker and darker. So if you click and hold, we can go to advanced settings. So this is where you can really customize everything. Now, for example, you can set it to outlines. So the outlines can be very useful if your onion skin looks very convoluted, but generally I like to just keep it filled. You can also change the colors of the color of the onion skin. Also, you can just keep this open in case you like to change them around a lot. You can also make the opacity of them a lot lower. Again, this can help if it looks too convoluted. I think 50% is a pretty good number. Let me do that. And again, you can make them a lot fainter as they go by. So if I really make this a lot higher, you can see how faint the ones way on the back already look like. Again, I like the default 10%, but honestly, depending on what I'm working, I just keep this open and I'm changing them all the time. And the other settings over here will make more sense as we go. And yeah, it says all frames. Again, if you have a really long animation, it will select everything and so on. Now, the show keyframes only will work better if we have a lot of frames that are being held for a longer time. These are all keyframes, meaning they aren't held. They're all just one single frame, one after the other. But let me just hold them for a much longer time. So I'm just adding with this button. And I'm holding them for 5 frames each. To show you again the difference this makes, now everything will move past a lot slower than before. Before they just zipped through very fast, but now that they have 5 frames each, they go by pretty slowly. And as you can see, I have this range, but now that there are a lot of frames to be held in front of me, it doesn't even show me. Obviously, I can just do this. So I've extended this all the way to the point where it finally touches the next frame. So if I'm working on something that is way back, it's already going to be very faint, and it's going to become stronger as I move closer. But because they are so far apart, sometimes they can be they start to become very faint. You can change that by saying show keyframes only. I'll show you some very basic tools on the advanced settings. Some things will make more sense as we start making more complex animations, but really this is the most basic and universal thing that you can see about onion skins, and it's really what you're going to use the most. Alright, so a little more about how frames are made. So as you can see, I've done this in a pretty traditional way, as in drawing them each as new drawings. Now there are many different ways that you can go about this. Let me do this again with a little circle going by, except For example, if you really want to make this look a lot more consistent, for example, you can create a new keyframe which will basically copy and paste it next to it. So our onion skin is on. Now it's not showing us anything because they are on the same place. But I want to make it move, so I can just select it, hold shift so that it moves straight. And now it is exactly the same drawing, but it has moved, and I can keep doing that. So the drawing can stay the same. As I said before, one single frame is actually very fast, and on hand-drawn animation, usually things are held for 2 or 3 frames. So that's what I mean when I say that even if we set it to 24 frames per second, it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be 24 drawings per second. If I kept doing this like this, by holding them by 2 frames, there will be 12 drawings per second actually. And as you can see, they already moved a lot slower. Now I could keep doing this by hand, but Adobe Animate already has some things that, let's say, are sort of automatic. So let's go back to just having one single frame over here. And let's say, as I was doing before, I want to make this circle move from one side of the canvas to the other. So I could keep doing that by hand, which gives us a certain effect, or I can do this automatically. So let's say I wanted to take exactly 1 second. So I'm going to go here and create a new frame. As you can see, because I went all the way to another place in the timeline, it's going to hold this frame for 23 frames and then change to the 24th. Now, because it creates this copy, it might look a little weird if you're working with hand-drawn animation, but it does that because it's already thinking we might be using tweens. So what are tweens? They are what I've been saying, the automatic animation. So, okay, I wanted to take a full second. It's going to start on one end, and on this new frame, I want it to go all the way over here. So for now, it's just going to keep holding it and then suddenly change. We want it to move on every single frame of these. So if I select this first frame and create, yes, insert classic tween. Now it's going to turn it into a symbol, which I will explain a little later on a next video, but for now I'm just gonna let it do whatever it wants, and now it's going to animate on its own, let's say. So this can really help by simplifying the animation process, but it does create a very different feel to it. Hand animating things makes things look a lot more organic. And this already goes on sort of motion graphic territory. But we will go into more complex ways of animating this. But for now, I just wanted to show you the very basic timeline tools. One last thing I wanted to show is that if you're still starting out and these little circles and icons are still kind of confusing to you, we can actually change that by going over here. And it gives us even more options about the presentation of the timeline itself. So over here, we are on the standard view, but if we put on, preview, right? It actually previews the actual drawing. So instead of having to scrub through the timeline to find the drawing you want, it's going to show you the actual drawings of each layer. So that can help you sort of just see what you're actually working with. If you're still a beginner, this might actually be helpful. And there are many things. You can make the little icons shorter, it can be taller. So I feel like for me, it's medium is just fine. And The rest of the things aren't really that relevant, but I feel like preview can really help you if just these little squares are still a little bit confusing and you might struggle to visualize them at first. But once you work with a lot of animation and you have a lot of layers on, the preview can be a little bit convoluted because there's going to be a bunch of drawings in your timeline. But that's the basics of the timeline, and very soon we will actually start animating. See you soon! Hello! So on this lesson, I'm going to talk a little bit about symbols, just sort of showing you they exist. I'm going to show some scenes that I've produced in the past with symbols at a later date when we're creating more complex animations. But I just want to explain quickly what they are and the difference between these two types of symbols, because a lot of people ask questions about this. So symbols are a way to sort of repeat an animation inside your timeline. It's really good for looping animation or just something really repetitive that you want to sometimes reuse in a scene. And it just allows you to also save a little clip of animation and just save drawings for later in a library, because it gets saved inside this little library on your file. Now, it's a little hard to explain just with words, so I'm actually going to animate a little bit here so you can sort of understand better. Now, before that, I'm just going to set this layer as a guide, and you'll see why. I just don't want it to show up in the animation later. So I drew this little fairy. It's just a very simplified version of a fairy, just the body and then the little wings like this. And I like to draw them like this because it's actually a little bit simpler to animate. So let's say you want to draw a lot of little fairies or butterflies flying around in the background of a scene. Now they're going to be moving around and batting their wings, and it can be really difficult and frustrating to have to draw every single frame of that. So what we can do is animate a little standalone fairy moving its wings and then just repeat that along our scene. So I've only drawn the first frame, and that's always what you want to do when you want to create a symbol, is don't really animate straight on your timeline. Just draw the first thing, or just do a little squiggly line so that you can actually generate a symbol. So you're going to select So first you're going to select your layer and press F8 on your keyboard. And now it's going to say convert to symbol, and always good to name your layers of what they actually are. So I'm going to say fairy movie clip, and this is kind of redundant, but usually just names are always very good to be as straightforward as possible. So over here you have your symbol types, and I'm only going to cover movie clip and graphic and not button, because button has more to do with what used to be called Flash games when Animate was called Adobe Flash, and it has more to do with coding and making little games, and it's not really used in animation at all, at least what I know about. So first we're just going to create a movie clip. It really doesn't initially make much of a difference, and I'm pretty sure you can change that if you've accidentally made the wrong type. But let's first just make a movie clip. So a very important thing about symbols is that they have their own timeline with its own layers, and you can sort of stack layers inside of a single symbol, and it's not even going to show on your root timeline, as it's called, or the main timeline. And you can see this by clicking twice on your symbol. By the way, when you create a symbol, it's going to be inside this little box. Click twice, and now over here you can see it's saying that we're inside the symbol. If you have anything else on your canvas, it's going to be sort of dimmed, so it shows that you're isolating this. So now it has its own little timeline. As you could see before, we have two layers, one with this little text that I made and our symbol. And in here, the symbol only has one layer, and for now I'm just gonna keep it at a single layer. But if we created a bunch of layers, if you're, let's say, animating a whole character inside a symbol, and we came back, it's still only going to be sort of everything inside the symbol. And I'm even going to do this so that we can differentiate. So let's go back inside the symbol, and I'm just going to delete all these layers. And I'm going to animate this very, very simply. I'm going to extend these layers, then create a new one, get my onion skin on, and now I'm going to move the wings. I could redraw them, but honestly, this is already so simplified. I'm going to use the lasso tool and press Q, move the pivot point to the base of the wing, and just rotate it a little bit, move it a little bit to the right, and do the same with the other one. Rotate it. And now if I go back and forth, it's moving its wings. It's going to be just that, really, just so I can show you, just so I can demonstrate. So I'm scrubbing the timeline without my mouse by using the larger and smaller, these two keys on my keyboard, so that you can just go back and forth without using your mouse. It's really good to go from one frame to the other so you can compare easier. So let me loop that to kind of show you how it looks. By pressing enter, it plays your animation, and it's just very, very rudimentary animation for now, but I think this is enough. So let's go back here. So the symbol is only exposed for a single frame, so it's not going to actually show you this animation we just created. Okay, so our symbol is only being exposed for a single frame, so it's not going to show us anything because we don't really have any animation being played on the root timeline. So I'm just going to go over to 24 frames so I can have a single second of this fairy moving its wings. So I'm just gonna create this frame, gonna hide that so that it's not flashing. And okay, if you play your animation, you'll see that it's not really doing anything. And that's the thing with movie clips. It doesn't really show on your actual canvas the looping that you just created. But if you press Ctrl Enter, you're going to test your animation. And when you test, it's always going to loop on itself, and it's showing us how the animation turned out. And you might be wondering, like, why doesn't it play and stuff? I believe it sort of takes less power from your computer when you use a movie clip, because it doesn't have to actually show you the animation on your timeline. And soon I'm going to compare the movie clip and the graphic next to each other so that you see the actual difference. But just to already show you, movie clips actually have a lot more flexibility when it comes to blending modes. If you've ever used Photoshop or some sort of digital art software, you'll know blending modes. Basically, it's a way to manipulate colors, and you can create lights and shadows. I'm going to show this to you when we're actually sort of illustrating in Adobe Animate and how you can use effects and, again, blending modes to make everything look more finished. But I'm already going to say that movie clips have blending modes and graphics don't. So if you are thinking about using a symbol to add effects to your animation, then make a movie clip, because you can do all these things over here. There are actually a lot more settings that you can do. You can set where it's going to be on the canvas and all that stuff. But honestly, I don't use the rest of these things. I don't think they're very common, but blending modes can be very, very useful. And now I'll show you the difference when using blending modes on symbols and without symbols. But okay, we created this. For now, it doesn't make much sense what's going on with symbols, but I'm just going to recreate the same animation using a graphic. So again, when you select a symbol, you can actually just change the kind of symbol it is. Thankfully, you don't have to redo everything if you make a mistake. But I'm just going to copy and paste, sorry, not the actual drawing, but the layer. So I'm just going to duplicate the layer. I'm going to call it fairy 2. Now I'm going to set the first symbol as a guide so that it doesn't show when we test the animation. By the way, since I was talking about the whole test animation thing by pressing Ctrl Enter, now is the time where I really can show you the difference between guide and normal layers. So as you can see, this little text thing that I made, it's only exposed for one single frame, so I could start the class with something. But let's just put it back as a normal layer. So if I press Ctrl Enter, it's going to flash on the beginning of the animation every time, even if I hide it from the timeline. If I this sort of creates a preview of the actual exported animation for you, and it's still showing. So if you don't want a layer to ever show when you export or test your animation, you want to make it a guide. So for now, I'm just gonna leave the guide as on. So now I'm just gonna keep the first symbol as a guide so that it never shows when I'm testing, so you can see which one I'm showing you. Anyway, so now I'm just gonna change this to a graphic. So I've transformed this to a graphic. Now, before we actually get to playing our animation, you need to go down here to looping. And generally, I'm going to use play graphic in loop. That's, I think, is the most useful form of using a graphic. Now, over here, there's lip syncing. Now, I'm going to get to lip syncing later, but yes, graphics can be used for lip syncing animation when you have the little mouth and you just sort of change the drawing depending on the sound. Now, I'm not going to show you this because it's an entirely different way of using graphics. For now, I'm just mostly showing you the most use of the graphic. But over here, you want it to be looping, and make sure that it's looping all of the frames. So it's sort of starting on frame 1 and ending still on frame 1, so it's not going to show you anything. I'm suspecting this is a sort of error on this version of Animate, because generally this should be automatically going to the very end of your animation. So you sort of want to drag it out to the right, and it's going to be on the maximum on all the frames, because, sorry, when you go in here, it only has 8 frames, and you can't really do that inside the symbol. You need to be outside of it. So it only has 8 frames. So even if I put a large number like 50, it's going to go straight to 8 because that's the number of frames this actually has. But anyway, now that I fixed the loop thing, if we play it, it's actually working on the timeline. It's actually showing you the loop. So you don't really need to test your animation when you're using graphics. And I think if you're making something really simple, as I said, a simple loop, I think graphic is great because you don't need to keep testing and you know what's actually going on. But as I said before, it doesn't have blending modes. I think, honestly, you can still sort of edit some of the things like the brightness and the transparency, which is alpha in this case. And that's, I think, is great. So when you click on the symbol on the outside without actually going inside of it, because when you're inside, you get to edit the actual frames just like on the root timeline. But when you're in the root timeline and just select the symbol, this is where you can actually edit it. So as you can probably see the difference, on the graphic, it doesn't have all those options before. So it's not as flexible because, and honestly, this is kind of sort of programming talk, so I can't really go that deep into it. But basically, the graphic is directly rooted on your main timeline. So that's why it shows. But because of that, you can't really edit it too much. You can't really create blending modes. You can sort of add some effects, just sort of editing the brightness and stuff. And even though a lot of animators will tell you that graphic is the one to go, sometimes when I made my short film, I actually only used movie clips because I needed to have those effects. However, if you really need to use a graphic for some reason and you want to add effects, you'll have to do this on the actual drawings. And that also means on individual frames. So that's why it's hard to use effects, because sure, you can go inside and now it will have the blending modes if you go over to frame. So as it says, you're editing only the frame, and this is where you can actually add the other effects, but then you have to do this on every single one. And if you're using the movie clip, you can do a lot more things with effects, and you can also program it apparently. So yeah, they both have their own uses, and I think it comes to personal preference which one you actually use. It also depends on your project. As I said, on my short film, I actually use movie clips because I wanted to add effects. All right, so one last very common use for symbols when it comes to looping. You can do this on either of them. I'm going to use the graphic because it's going to be more visually understandable. So you have this little fairy batting its wings, but you also want it to be moving around. So this is where looping is really interesting, because let me move it all the way here. It's still going to be on the same place. So that's something cool. You can move it around and you're not just going to be moving one single frame. Because let's say you did this all over your root timeline, which will sort of look like this. If you grab this frame and move it, it's only going to move the single frame. So that's why using symbols can be useful. Sometimes you might even want to throw all of your layers of a single character in a symbol, because it just makes everything a lot easier to move around and adjust. And that's actually a mistake that I made a lot when I animated my short film, is that I didn't do that to my characters. So actually, I'm already going to give you a little trick in case you actually end up doing that. So you want to move a character that already has several frames. You can actually select several frames at once. And by that, you're going to use this little tool over here. So I noticed that right now on the default interface on the current version, if it's not showing on your tools right over here, you go on Customize Timeline Tools and it's going to look like this, and you just click on it and it's going to show up. And you can also sort of organize the tools, I believe. But anyway, if you click on it, you can select a range of frames that you want to edit. And as you can see, they sort of show up at the same time. And this is where you can edit them as if they were all in the same layer, sort of, and you can move them around. But as you can see, it's a bit of a hassle. So that's why it's really good to not only organize things in layers, but also in symbols. So you can really just make things a lot easier to correct and adjust as you go, because you're not necessarily making mistakes sometimes. You're just adjusting things and polishing them as you're finishing your animation, for example. But anyway, I sort of digressed. So let's say I want this fairy to be flying from one side to the other of our canvas. So I'm going to go to the last frame and create a new one where I want it to go. So I'm going to press Shift so that it moves straight. And now I want to go from here to here. As I showed you on a previous lesson, I can make it automatically move by creating a classic tween. And wow, it moved pretty fast actually. But as you can see, it's batting its wings. It's kind of hard to see because it's moving really fast. So I'm going to make it a little longer. And yeah, you can see it's batting its wings as it goes. So that's what makes symbols really practical, because sure, this is really simple animation, but for example, you can draw somebody walking in a walk cycle and only have to draw them moving in place and then just adjusting their movement across the scene. And so on. If there's a character in the background just sort of doing random movements to add some life to your animation, you can do that in a symbol so that it's looping around. And those are the basics of symbols, and we will be coming back to them every now and then. And I'm going to show you a little bit more possibilities inside of them. But yeah, that's how they work. And see you next time. Hello. So for the next few lessons, I'm going to talk about the 12 principles of animation. These principles have been used for several decades when it comes to learning and teaching animation because they've really boiled down all of the factors that come into making a quality animation. And when you keep them in mind and really understand each of these principles, they can really improve your work. So these principles, they were sort of created back in the day with Walt Disney and the 9 Old Men, which were sort of the first animators to work with them. And ever since then, they've been kind of polished and adapted to the different kinds of animation that we've developed. But honestly, they have stayed pretty strong over time because it really goes down all the way to the basics, and they're kind of timeless. So the first one I'll be talking about, and it's usually the first one to be talked about all the time, is timing and spacing. And it really is the most important thing to keep in mind. I think timing and spacing, it's part of all the other principles. You really can't do them without keeping all of this that I'm going to talk about in mind. And they are timing and spacing, they're kind of put into the same principle because they walk hand in hand, and you can't really talk about one without talking about the other. And we've sort of already talked a little bit about this when I was showing you how to use the timeline. It really comes down to how you use it and how you organize your drawings. But not just that, it also has to do a lot about a theoretical understanding about how things move. So before we get into the very complex bits, the more complex bits, I'm going to start off with an example. So we're on the first frame, and the circle or the ball is always used in examples because, anyway, we got to keep things simple, right? So let's say you have a ball that starts here and ends all the way here, right? So just because I have these two, the two spaces, right, the two places that the ball is going to move from point A to point B, we don't really know how long it's going to take. It could take a minute, it could take a second. The space is still the same. So because the space is still the same, it all comes down to how you distribute your drawings to give life to this animation. So I'm going to start sort of actually animating to give you an idea. So as usual, I'm going to keep my onion skin on, and already sort of something I like to do to keep my drawings more or less consistent is that, you know, since it's going to be all the way to the other side, or anyway, you're going to make a drawing next to each other, you might get it terribly wrong if you just draw it like that. It could be a lot bigger, a lot smaller, and you might not even notice, which is kind of part of the human eye nature. Sometimes we don't notice these sort of things. So something you can do with the onion skin is actually use it as a reference. So if it's something more complex, obviously you can sort of place some guidelines, but since this is just a circle, I can actually sort of trace it and use that as a reference. And I'm just going to sort of animate this straight ahead. And for now, I'm just going to keep everything more or less evenly spaced. Now, I like to make the drawings from scratch because I just like the look of it, honestly. I feel like actually hand-drawn, you know, actually making every frame more or less from scratch. I think it gives it a cooler flow to it. And as you can see, we can already, the animation's already sort of taking shape. Just a little bit more to go. One or two more. Keep pulling it like that. Okay, I think this is good. Now, it's zipping out, it's zipping through pretty fast, so I'm actually just going to add some extra frames. And you can call this animating in twos because I'm holding each frame for 2 frames. Each drawing for 2 frames. So, okay, as you can see, I'm gonna keep it sort of smaller. I think this is better. The ball is moving from one place to the other and it just suddenly stops, right? So let's just keep this looping. So the ball is moving pretty much evenly, right? Because it's doing that because all the drawings are spaced more or less equally. I don't change the distance very much. If I expand this onion skin, you can see them all at once. And I kind of space them so that the edges would always touch in between each frame. So if they're all moving the same amount of space in the same amount of time, it's going to move evenly. And let's see, this gave us 18 frames. So if I were to extend the exposure of each drawing to, let's say, 4 frames, it would take twice as long. On the other hand, the animation will look a lot more choppy because there aren't many frames in between anymore. Literally, these frames are called in-betweens for a reason. And if I were to do that, it goes slower, but it's also very choppy. And so to make that smoother, you need to add more and more frames. So the general thinking with that is if something is moving fast, you use less frames, and if something is moving slow, you use more frames. Because when something is going fast, they just sort of zip from one point to the other. You don't really need to add a lot of drawing to that. But okay, this animation is pretty bland, right? It just evenly goes from one side to the other. So in the real world, things don't really move like this, right? Things gain and lose energy, so they accelerate and then lose acceleration. They slow down to a stop, or when something, if you think about a car, I think cars are a very good example because when you stop, you don't just straight up stop, right? You slow down. It's not like this ball, which from in 1 millisecond it's moving and the other one it's not. So to make things smoother, generally we do something in animation that's called easing in or easing in and easing out, also known as slowing in and slow out, depending on I don't know, the academy that people go to. The vocabulary can be a little different, but they're basically the same thing. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to duplicate this animation. So I have the same amount of frames and the same amount of time. I'm not going to change the timing, but I am going to change the spacing of these frames. What am I going to do? I want this ball to slow out. So it's going to come out of this position slower and then slow in. It's going to go into this position slower as well. And we do that by bringing the drawings closer to each other. Remember what I said, when things are closer, they're usually slower. When the drawings are closer, I mean. I'm going to always keep these exposed so I can kind of get an idea. And I'm sort of going to increase the distance more and more. With this example, I like to work back to front. And with each drawing, the distance is increasing between one and the other. And this one is sort of in the middle. I think this is gonna work nicely. Now, we didn't have many in-betweens here. We can probably add some frames. Or we can just sort of space this out a little better so it's not that choppy. Alright, I think that worked pretty well. Let's loop that again. And as you can see now, this is a lot smoother, isn't it? It just feels more natural. And almost everything in animation has this. It does this almost on the beginning and the end of most movements. Always keep in mind, usually on the very beginning of a pose, the first drawings are closer to each other. Obviously, this is just a very general rule, and if you do this too much, sometimes things can look a little strange, but it's something very important. And you might think that, oh, because this one is moving slower in some bits, it's gonna take longer, right? But that's not true. As I said, the timing is still the same. So if I put them next to each other, I'm gonna press this button that is edit multiple frames. I think we've talked about this before. Oops. Turn on the camera. We don't want to talk about the camera yet. And now I'm going to do this with this one as well. We'll just select the layer to choose all of the frames. And then we can see the drawings clearly even. They may be spaced out differently, but we play, both balls reach the end together at the exact same time. So it's sort of an optical illusion. And that is the most basic timing and spacing sort of example that I can give. But easing in and out and this sort of thing, it's not just to make things look better. It's also, it has to do with how things move and how we actually see some things. And what I'm talking about specifically is perspective. So this is what I mean when I say that when you're an animator, you really need to just pay attention to how things move in real life. You're gonna start looking at the most trivial things in your life, you know, like a bouncing ball or how someone waves their hand. And so the example that I like to see a lot is when you're looking at something that is spinning. So just it's very hypothetical, right? But imagine there's like this floating ball. Actually, I'm just gonna draw an actual circle. I feel like that's gonna be wiser. And I'm going to wait. I'm gonna use a black line. Use gray. No filling, please. Okay, so we have, this is just sort of the trajectory, right? And let's see, make this a little smaller so we can like this. I need some space underneath. I don't really need to use the canvas, right? It still goes beyond. Anyway, so there is this ball and it's floating in space and it's just going around in a circle. And for this example, it's moving evenly, right? So it's not accelerating or anything, it's just evenly moving around the circle. Trying to eyeball this a little. I think I increased the brush size by accident, but okay. Create another layer. Okay, sorry. Was getting the buttons wrong. But so this is, let's say this is the top view. So if you're kind of having a bird's eye view, this is the trajectory it's following. It's spiraling around, but what if you were looking at this straight? So if we flatten this circle is just going to be a line, right? And the extremes are going to be here. And as well as, you know, it's going to be in front and all the way on the back. But I'm not even going to talk much about the difference in size. We can even kind of get away with making them all more or less the same size. So let's say you're trying to animate a ball moving around, but you're looking straight at it. And so you think, okay, so these are the two extremes, and now I need to, in between this, I need to fill these out to give that impression. So between this one and this one, this is the middle, right? Wrong. Because it's moving away from you, and the more it moves away, it's no longer moving very much horizontally to you. I mean, yeah, horizontally. It's not moving much across your eyesight, but when it's moving here, it's kind of moving like inside, right? The whole like physics arrow little thing is moving away from you, and not as much, there's not much space it's going through for in your perspective. So if we draw a dotted line, right, because I made them more or less on the same distance. If we draw a dotted line, the midpoint between this part and this is actually closer to the edge. So, okay, let's animate this, right? So, I'm gonna do this somewhat roughly. And then this one is here. I'm probably gonna time this out differently, but for now I just usually do everything in twos. Just to get, right now I'm not even thinking about the timing of the drawings themselves, but mostly about the spacing. And then sort of the same thing all over again. And then here. And here. And that's pretty fast, but you can kind of imagine it's spinning around, right? It's doing this. But you're only looking straight at it, and it slows down slightly on the edges. And that's why spacing isn't just an effect. It really is all about how things move in real time. And you have to be, and timing is that thing where when something is moving slowly, you need to actually detail things a lot more. Now, as you can see, the middle drawing kind of disappears in the middle of this animation because it's going so fast. Now, that's the thing. If you want this to be more visible, but you can't really add more drawings, right? Because you're gonna mess up the timing if you do that, because the more drawings, the more frames you actually add, you're slowing things down. So something that we can do is make an elongated in between, which basically is going to mimic motion blur. So what is motion blur? It's something that originated from video cameras, right? Because if you capture a movement that is too fast, it's gonna have a smear, because the camera captures something in mid-movement, right? So it's not gonna be perfectly on one location. So with this frame, because a lot of animation is also a lot about this illusion, as if something was captured with a camera. Oh wow, what was that? Because that's kind of how we've gotten used to things moving as well. Oops, it's taking a little long. Let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, it goes back as well. Here, can sort of do the same thing. Wait, gotta erase this as well. And you see, these drawings are very rough. You don't need to be that perfectionistic with really simple things like this. So obviously it's not perfect, as I said, but you kind of get that idea that it's zipping through your eyes, and your eyes can't really capture all. Whoops, I banged my microphone. So with this elongated drawing, or a sort of stylized motion blur, and yeah, okay, let me do that again. So with this elongated drawing, or it also can be seen as a stylized form of motion blur, you don't necessarily need to do that. You could do these little airlines as well. But this is very reminiscent of very traditional animation. You know, you see this a lot in old cartoons. It's sort of mimicking how your eye sometimes can't capture a full image. This isn't only about cameras, honestly. It's something that we perceive as well. So it really gives more, I guess, impact to your animation. And so with this sort of spacing thing in mind, you can really, this is how you also give a more believable idea to whatever movement you're making. Because let's say something is hitting a wall. That's another good spacing example. So you're drawing, I was looking at an animation, it was the woodpecker character. So, you know, this character was thrown against the wall, and, you know, it got all the way, and then poof, he hits the wall. And we're gonna get into squashing and stretching in the next lesson. But you've probably seen, if you've seen a lot of old cartoons, you see a lot of this very exaggerated movement of things. So obviously, you know, on that scene that it was originally thrown, the character probably, you know, gained some acceleration. So it, you know, was closer here, then it's sped up, but because it's suddenly hitting something, it's not going to slow down. So that's what I say. You can't take it on face value that everything eases in and out, because it's not going to ease in here. It's suddenly going to stop. And something you can even do to make it even stronger is actually just keep accelerating him. Maybe he doesn't even need that, but animation is a lot about exaggeration. And that's actually a principle. Some principles of animation are a bit more vague, and I think exaggeration is one of those. of course, we need to keep in mind how things move in the real world, but in animation, especially in actually, it's not even limited to cartoony things. Even on more realistic animations, we kind of need to push things a little. And I don't know, it just sort of, it seems more believable. I don't know, it just works most of the time. So yeah, let me see if I can actually animate this on the go. So I'm already gonna do a little bit of maybe squashing. Oh, I only have behind. So it's gonna start slow. Let me do that. And it's gonna start sort of smearing as well, right? Like, I'm just really winging this, so I'm not. And here's gonna be the wall, sorta. Actually, so this is another bit of a trick when it comes to digital stuff, you know. If something's gonna be static, just draw it on another layer. It's gonna be exposed all the time. You don't need to keep drawing it all the time or copying it. Just put it on a different layer, so it doesn't need to keep getting replaced. And then poof. I don't know, something like that. Wonder if that's any good. Yeah, it kind of worked. Look at that. So I'm not quite used to straight ahead animation, which I'm already spoiling a few of the concepts, because I think it's very important also to, you know, become familiarized with these. But look at that. That's kind of funny. If you imagine someone, like an imaginary person, throwing this, whatever this, a sticky ball onto a wall, yeah, it kind of looks fine. So as you can see, I really stretched that out on the end, because you really want that impact to hit. You know, if I just kept it, you know, just a straight little ball, it wouldn't be the same. So a lot of the time, you know, I kind of went, you know, just every single frame and I just drew one after the other. But you don't need to work like that. And I usually don't, because I'm just sort of playing around with animation right now. But if it's useful to you, you know, you can first draw the first where it's gonna start. Okay, so it can be very helpful for you to sort of lay down the most important poses and even the trajectory, because I got things pretty straight, but sometimes that can be kind of hard. Even I thought it would be a lot more wonky, I mean. So you can get a different, you know, on a separate layer, you can grab a different color and, you know, oh, this ball is going to be thrown on this direction. So you can always have this guideline and, you know, draw the first pose first and, you know, skip a few frames, draw the last one. So you can kind of have an idea. You know, on the beginning of this lesson, when I was spacing that first little ball, I didn't work exactly from start to finish, right? I kind of went back. Let me actually find it. Yeah, these two, right? Yeah, the top one, I mean. So when I was adjusting the frames to get that, you know, ease in and out effect, I, you know, started in the beginning, then I adjusted the end, and then I just sort of filled in what needed to be fixed. And so animation you don't need to work in chronological order as well, is what I'm saying. And yeah, those are the basics of timing and spacing, and this isn't the only moment I'm going to talk about it. As I said, I think this is probably the most important thing. It's always there. I feel like timing and spacing is animation. That's basically what it comes down to. So I'm always going to, you know, I'm going to show so many examples along these next lessons, that I feel like the principles, they kind of stack on top of each other. As we know, I'm going to add squash and stretch on the other one, but there's still going to be timing and spacing. And then on the next and the next, we're just going to keep adding more and more elements to these animations. We can even continue using this example of something going from one space to the other, but keep adding more principles. And in the end, we might have, I don't know, like a character running. So in the end, we might have a character running, but all of these things, all of these basic, little ball zipping from one side to the other, it's still gonna come down to these same principles. All right, so see you in the next lesson. Bye bye. Hello. For the next animation principle, I'm going to talk about squash and stretch. This is also one of the most prevalent principles and techniques that you can see in hand-drawn animation. So it comes from the concept that things in real life, unless it's like made of stone, but especially more organic things like humans themselves, which are, they're flesh and bone. So no matter what you're talking about, a lot of things are a bit squishy. And obviously for us, it's a lot more subtle, but this concept was taken into animation to make things seem a bit more fluid and natural. But in animation, of course, it's a bit more exaggerated. But it can really give this feeling of volume, and it seems more real, right? Like it has a mass of its own. But there are a few, let's say, rules about it, how to make it look right. Because sometimes if you exaggerate too much or don't really keep some things in mind, when you squash something too much, they can look, I don't know, too wide and weird. Or if you stretch it, everything looks skinny and brittle. So a famous example to sort of introduce the idea of squash and stretch is thinking about the it's a half-filled bag of flour. So you think of a bag of flour, right? If it's just sitting on the ground, it's kind of like a pillow. So there's those little corners like a pillow, and it's just gonna sort of distribute its weight on the bottom, and it's going to stretch to the sides. And if you were to grab it from the top and lift it from the ground, it would stretch to its maximum capacity. But it would always keep its volume, right? No matter how you grab it or how you twist it, it's still the same bag of flour. So it needs to keep a certain proportion, even when you're drawing. So some people actually use the actual bag of flour in animation exercises, draw a bag of flour falling, or some people even give life to the bag of flour and make it, make it walk, make it jump, or whatever. It's actually a really fun exercise. So what I mean about something keeping its value is that, as I drew on the beginning of the class, if you have this little ball, and you can kind of imagine it as a ball of dough, right? So if you were to squish it, it's going to get smaller on these sides, but it's going to get wider on the horizontal part. So you always sort of have to, explore the proportions so that they always look right, more or less. Because sometimes some people, especially beginners, they might forget that, you have to sort of compensate on one side so that it doesn't actually lose its shape. And this is very good, again, to make some movements seem more fluid. So I'm going to go back to the good old bouncing ball and show a bit how this can aid in the movement as well. So before actually animating, I'm going to set a sort of I'm going to sort of set a trajectory for the ball. I'm not going to go too far, just from the top and then going back. Lower the opacity. Lock it. Okay. So let's think about the main poses, right? So when it's at the top, also when you're doing squash and stretch, you should also keep in mind when to do it, as in the actual timing of your animation. Think about really the physics of it. If this were, you know, stretchier than it was really in real life, when would it stretch? When would it squash? When would it return to normal? So a general, you know, thing to keep in mind is usually on the most important poses, it's going to be more or less back to normal, because as we'll see in later principles, you need to really make things really clear, as in the staging of a certain movement or a scene. So you want your audience to understand what's going on. So when it's slowing down and the ball has, you know, when it bounces back up, it's going to lose that energy, and at some point it's almost going to stay still, right? The whole thing about how gravity and the weight sort of cancel each other out. And this is a moment where it kind of sticks a pose. So, and also thinking about, as I said, about the physics of it, because, you know, the forces are sort of canceling each other out. There's no reason for it to be stretching or squashing, because it's just on that point where it's not really affected by anything. And let me see something. Okay. On the new update kind of already adds frames to the other layers, which can be fun, but I'm still getting used to it. But sometimes if I was setting a guideline like I did here, you would want to add a bunch of frames so that it wouldn't disappear as you go. So before we actually, I'm not really gonna do all the frames one by one. I'm going to set the key poses, which is basically just these two, really, and then I'm going to work on this one. And I accidentally copied this one back. All right. Whoops. Like that. Actually, gonna start animating just in twos. All right, it's not that predictable. There we go. Okay. I'm confusing the buttons. So it's going to start nice and slow. And you know, in the beginning, you still want it to sort of stick that same shape, because it's not for a single frame that we're going to actually see its shape, right? You have to hold it for a few drawing. Sorry. You have to hold it for a few drawings so that your eye can really perceive what's going on. Oh, sorry. And honestly, it's only going to stretch closer to the ground. Now that it's accelerating, I still want it to look harder, let's say. And what was that? Okay. So of course, when you're animating, you also want to think what your character, what your object is made of, so that it looks more convincing. Because if this was a bowling ball, then I would probably not add almost any squash and stretch. Definitely not as much here. Though, even though in real life, you know, a bowling ball would never really move like that, you might also want to actually, you know, just slightly squash it a little bit, because it's not much about if the material actually does that, but it's kind of, again, a trick of the eye to sort of, again, it's like an exaggeration. It might make the hit look a little bit more convincing. So I'm gonna try and add a little bit of stretch right now, but we'll see how this goes. Because, so basically what I have in mind is that at the very end, it's going to stretch a lot. Because again, it will sort of make this land a little better. Now I think this one is not very, I think it needs to be a little skinnier. And I'm gonna make pretty much the same shape again. Let's see how this is going. Okay, now I can really speed up. So again, just kind of take the distance between drawing and the other and increase it. Let's see if this will work. So already adding some tricks to this. When something is hitting the ground, be it a ball, or you could do a frog jumping or whatever. Generally, when something is contacting a surface, when it's actually on the first contact, you want it to actually touch that place, because depending on the spacing of your animation, you might think like, oh, actually it would end, like the last frame before contact will like end right before here, and the next, you know, it'll be on the ground. But it's one of the things that will make it look a little bit more satisfying to the eye, is making sure that there's at least one frame that is making that contact. Oops, no. Now we keep going. I'm gonna add a lot more frames just to make sure I'm not running out. And on the next frame, you don't really need to make it contacting as well. It might actually look a little uncanny. So next frame, you want it to already have left the ground. Obviously, it depends on how fast you're making this object move, but generally speaking, on something that is moving fast, like bouncing or quickly jumping, And you know, can always adjust the position of this as well. I think that's all right. And here there's not much acceleration to be had. Like it's gonna bounce off the ground, and it's still gonna be pretty fast. And as I was saying on a previous lesson, like you don't want to ease in and out of every position, right? Like you don't have to do much easing from the point it kicks, right? From the point it bounces, I mean. It's not going to look like it's bouncing if you make it slow down, you know, start slow from here. Really, this isn't very accurate. Oh, I'm drawing into the same drawing. Whoops. Forgot to add a blank frame. As you can see, like this needs to be a little fatter because it seems like it's just shortening. And you know, thinking about the position of a drawing while also thinking about timing and spacing, it can be kind of tough. And honestly, I'm not quite used to this. So yeah, you might also, a thing that you can actually do, and I should have done actually, is for example, think only about the timing of this. So just draw a rigid ball. Figure out the timing and spacing of this. Just don't think about the stretch and squash. And then kind of, you know, do a very rough, no need to make the lines all perfect, and then go over that. Since you've already established exactly where each drawing will be, then you just have to kind of go over it and just fix that squash, the squash and the stretch. I'm not doing this right now because it's just like a circle and it's easily adjustable. But if you're doing a whole character, for example, you might want to actually fragment and do things one piece at a time. And here in the end, for example, instead of 2 frames, I held it for 3. It's very subtle, but sometimes, you know, you don't need to keep this timing exact all the time. Especially when something is slowing down, it might be easier to actually, you know, space the timing out in between frames. And yeah, I think it looks pretty satisfying. I love watching these things over and over. Honestly, I think bouncing balls are just so nice to look at in animation. So yeah, and this, you know, it can go on for so many different things, because when it comes to character animation, this can be very effective on faces as well. A very good example is when a character is chewing. Now, I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna pull off a character chewing, like not actually animating, but... So anyway, I'm just gonna stick to, you know, the smiley face. But if it was chewing, you know, the mouth would go up and, you know, the whole face would kind of go with it. So the jaw is gonna go up. So it can kind of, you know, squash a little bit. And then when it's opening its mouth, and this you can really see when you're doing this on the mirror as well. It just looks really sad, but you know what I mean, right? When you do this when you're chewing in front of a mirror. Sorry, this this drawing looks really dumb, but you can see how, you know, your nose gets pulled down by the mouth and all that. But when it comes to animation, you can really just kind of do that to the whole face and stretch it out, you know. So this might happen again when they're frowning or when they're smiling even, you know, they can really pull the cheeks outwards and the face can kind of squish a little bit. And let's say a character is stretching, or even especially with very strong movements, you can apply that to anything. So, you know, if someone is stretching their arm really far away, instead of, you know, this is their arm, you can like kind of taper it a little bit on the ends. Again, sometimes it's good to think of things. Oh my god, that hand, but you know what I mean. Kind of think that things are made out of rubber. Obviously, don't go too far with it or it might look a little bit too gimmicky, but if that's also your intention, then go for it. But, you know, you don't need to get too anatomical about this, but, you know, again, you have a stretched arm and they fold it. So here's your elbow. So because your forearm is going into, you can actually pull the skin back a little bit, and that's kind of a stretch or a squash, you know, that can really give some form to the characters and objects that you're drawing. And as I show more examples, I think it's easier to show as we go, but this is a very simple yet very effective effect to keep in mind. Sorry. So yeah, that was squash and stretch, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye bye.
Hi again! Congratulations on getting this far. I hope you're enjoying this course and starting to see some great results. If you liked the tutorial so far and would like to check out the extended version of the course, head to the description box below, where you will find our full Adobe Animate Beginner to Advanced course with more than 20 lectures and many more projects to complete. Now, let's continue.
Hello. So on this video, I'm going to talk about straight ahead animation and pose to pose animation. Now, this principle talks about the main methods of animating. So these aren't rules, but just methods, and everyone has their own way of animating, of course. But these are the most simple, but these are the two main approaches of animation. And spoiler alert, there's actually a third one, but let's get to the main concepts. So first off, what are these methods, right? So you might have heard me already mentioning some terms and mentioning this principle when I talk about in-betweens and keyframes and all that. So, okay, straight ahead animation is a lot what I've been doing on those real-time animations that I'm doing to exemplify some concepts. So basically I go, you know, I draw the first drawing, then I go to the next frame and I draw the next one, and I go, you know, as it says, straight ahead. I don't do much planning, I just kind of go with the flow and draw one frame after the other. Whereas pose to pose, it implies more planning. So you draw a keyframe or a key pose at first, then draw the next, important thing that's going to happen. And then, time it out. There's going to be, many frames that are going to be empty, and then you go and fill in as you go. And, you don't have to go frame by frame. You can kind of go back and forth until you've filled in the entire animation. And I've kind of done both of these things on the past videos, and there's an actual name for them, and it can be a very conscious decision as to which approach you're going to choose for a determined animation. So as you might imagine, there are a few pros and cons to each of these methods. So I'm mostly just talking about the pros in this. So, straight ahead, as you might imagine, it's very fluid, it's very spontaneous, and it can be very artistic and expressive. But, you can kind of lose the point of a scene. You might not be able to, let's say a character is moving from one point to the other, and sometimes you can't really land the right spot that your character is supposed to arrive at. Sometimes you can't really, as it says, you can't really plan ahead very well sometimes. So you might not really reach the very exact points you might want your character to reach. It's not very, you can't really plan ahead. So sometimes you might miss the mark a little bit. Whereas pose to pose is kind of the opposite. You have a lot of control. You can stage, which is a principle we'll get on later. But you can make things clearer, and if there's a very specific thing, visually, that your scenes needs to have a position or a certain movement, you can really, pick it apart. And generally it's a lot better for very complex animations. So be it, a character that has a lot of detail to it, like very flowy hair or flowy clothes, usually things that flow around your character, they can make your animation very complex to tackle. So as I've been saying, you can do one thing at a time and, fragment your animation a lot better with pose to pose. And, I talk a lot more about pose to pose because it's more complex than straight ahead. Straight ahead is just what it is. You just go and do it. And pose to pose is, as you might imagine, better for more commercial projects. So if you have like a TV show, especially TV shows, they work on a very tight deadline and budgets. So with pose to pose, you can tell how long a scene is going to be. You can already time it out before you even get to filling out all the single frames that still are left, right? So generally, straight ahead is not used very much in the most commercial and the more normal animation industry things you see. But straight ahead is very good for very artistic and, I guess, abstract animations. People that just work with much more abstract and sort of experimental animation. It usually involves a lot more straight ahead animation. So it's still present, but it's kind of on a different scene in animation. So I'm going to show some examples that I've already animated in my short film, because the truth is you can't really do one or the other. Usually what we do when we're animating is a bit of a mixture of both. So I'm going to show one that is a lot more pose to pose and another one that leans a lot more to straight ahead, and one that, kind of mixes both. So this is just the rough version of a scene. This girl is walking up behind this fence and she's going to kneel and look into the fence. So it's flashing like this because the animator, because I had an animation team behind this, he deleted sort of the in-between spots so he could animate. He didn't really need to do this, but some people did this. And so it's a lot more choppy, right? It's not, especially over here, you know, you see she like snaps directly to the next pose. So this was a very pose-to-pose approach. This whole project I went like this because it's, again, pose-to-pose is a lot better when you're working with a team. So then the animator went in and in between this. See this? Yeah, there you go. And now it's a lot smoother. And oops. And in the end, I, you know, finalized everything and it's nice and smooth. But even like that, you know, when you're doing the in-betweens, you're basically doing straight ahead animation. Usually what we do, we get, you know, the main, like over here, obviously it's very few frames, so it's not even that straight ahead, but some people, you know, they have a lot broader keyframes and they just kind of, you know, plan out, you know, the starting and the ending point and just kind of go straight into straight ahead animation until they complete whatever movement they want. And this was a scene that is a lot more abstract. It's from the same short film. It's actually really simple, but again, I just, you know, I think straight ahead can sometimes just be called winging it. And it's like a dream. So there's these trees, they grow out, then there's these little glowing eyes, and they disintegrate, and that's it. And I didn't really do any sort of pose to pose in this. I just, you know, I had this blank thing and I just, you know, timed out these drawings. And it was really simple, but a lot of people do these abstract animations with things moving around and they just kind of do, you just kind of go and let the drawings take you. And then with the eyes, again, I did a lot of these sparkles in the film. And again, I feel like effects animation is also something that uses a lot of straight ahead because it really has a lot of fluidity and it's very organic, and effects, they have to be organic. So when you're doing, you know, sparkles, be it, you know, like fire or water or whatever, straight ahead is usually how you go. It's really hard to plan out these things. You kind of, you know, let the randomness be part of it, and it's really satisfying to make. And much like one in the previous lesson, you know, when I animated this bouncing ball, it was very hybrid, you know, and I guess even leaning more to straight ahead. But remember that, you know, where was it? Sorry. Yeah, you know, this is sometimes people, when they do straight ahead, they might not even, you know, plan out when it comes to this. This isn't really, this doesn't qualify as pose to pose, but what I'm saying is that straight ahead doesn't need to be just winging it, you know, it's just a method of working. So, you know, you can chart out the trajectory of something moving and then just straight ahead it, you know. Even though I did actually, yeah, I drew this little squishy ball before, so I could kind of have a gauge as to how much would it stretch and how much it would go back. So the truth is, it's not as rigid as, you know, looking at the concepts might seem. And everyone has their own way, and you kind of have to adapt depending on what you're working on, basically. So yeah, that was a little bit on animation methods, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hi. So for the next principle, I'm going to talk about arcs. Now, as usual with animation, it's a very simple thing, but it really adds more realism and makes your movements more accurate when you think about these. So this principle, it basically points out how pretty much everything in the world, every movement, most of these movements, they follow an arc-shaped trajectory. Things don't usually move in a straight line. And if you end up animating things too straight, they will look very robotic and they won't look real or natural. So as an example, as I've kind of already teased with this little icon, to think about arcs is like thinking you're animating a stick, and it's going to go from this position to this position, right? So in the middle, obviously, you're not going to draw it like this, right? Because this is obviously wrong. You can tell that it shortens, right? Because things move in an arc. So this is a very obvious example, and it works like this because it's physically limited to this shape. But this example kind of is good to imagine this when you're animating. So I'm talking about another example. It's like if you're animating in a hand and they're sort of pointing at something. So let's just imagine this is like a hand with a pointing finger. And it's going to, again, just sort of move and point at something. So if you even do this motion with your own arm, you know, I think a lot of these, you know, it's very common for animators to act out their own animations, as simple as a movement may be, because it makes you realize how it's actually done. And so if you're in-betweening, you might end up just making exactly like, well, an in-between, like, oh, well, then I'm just gonna trace right in the middle, right? But okay, you'll have in-between a drawing, I guess. I wouldn't say successfully, but it'll be animated. But when you're making this, so you know, there'll be the arm and all that stuff. Think about, again, animating this in an arc. And I recommend watching cartoons and seeing how much they actually do this. And again, in animation, these things are usually very exaggerated. And because exaggeration is a very important part of animation, and it just makes things a lot more appealing. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to do with, as I said, physical limitations like this one that I said. And actually, even, you know, the arm thing, when you're animating a hand or whatever, it also has to do a little bit with that, right? It needs to still move within the axis of your elbow, and there's just so much of a movement that can be done without actually generating an arc. But you can create arcs with pretty much anything you're moving. So this on itself is a really simple principle. Honestly, there's not much to say about it. But it's good to remember when it comes to in-betweening, because in commercial animation, when you're working on, you know, a bigger project or something like that, there's usually a supervising animator and an in-between animator. So if you're either of those, this is when the arc can become a problem, because if you're an in-betweener, you know, again, another just very hypothetical example is that, you know, if you have your keyframes over here, an in-betweener might end up, you know, oh, it's going to move around like that, so, you know, you might end up, so the in-betweener will just fill in the blanks and go right here. But as you can see, we don't have an arc at all. It's going to be very stunted, very stuck. So it's important to always, as some animators say, watch your arcs. So this is something to keep an eye out when you're in-betweening, or if you're a supervising animator, anyway, you're the one creating the keyframes. Sometimes, you know, it's good to help out your fellow animators and create guidelines. So you know it's going to be moving in an arc, and some animators might even mark out where spatially they want the in-betweens more or less. So this is something you might see in animation, and like this doesn't have to be just when you're working with more than one person. You can do this with yourself, because as I said, the more guidelines, because as I said on the previous lesson, the more guidelines you put on your work in progress, the easier it's gonna be. So might as well, So yeah, this was a quick one, but I don't know. All right, so this was a quick one, but as usual, very important, and I'll see you on the next animation principle. See ya! Hello! So today's lesson on the next animation principle is anticipation. Now, as the word says, anticipation is basically the action before an action. And this just makes things a lot more convincing and, as usual, just more natural, more easier to understand, and all that. So what are examples of anticipation? Let's say the more classic examples. So imagine you're gonna kick a ball, right? You're playing soccer, and as usual, there's always a ball in these examples. This also kind of goes down to physics, right? Because for you to successfully kick a ball and make it go far, oh, I think my microphone kind of made a sound there. Okay, so imagine you're gonna kick a ball, and as usual, there's always a ball or a circle in these examples, but if you want that kick to be effective and, you want the ball to go far, you're not going to, have your leg resting over there and then just suddenly, kick it, right? Just move your head forward, let's say. Not head, leg. So if you're going to kick a ball, you're not just going to, let's say, push your leg forward and touch the ball, right? That's not really gonna make it go very far. There's not gonna be enough impact. When you kick a ball, first of all, you go back so you can build up that energy, and the further you start your kick, the more power is going to have to really kick that ball really far. So, again, really obvious example, but this can be applied to almost anything. And even in real life, basically any movement, every action has some form of anticipation, even if it is just that you're thinking about doing something before doing it, unless it's a very automatic sort of response. Usually we think before we act, and even that thought and that, let's say, sometimes you plan things out in your head before doing that shows as anticipation. It can show on a face, when someone is thinking through and their eyes might flick around and then they go and say something or do something. That is a form of anticipation. So anticipation isn't just about, momentum or, building up energy. It's also a thing that has to do with acting. Forgot to create a new layer here. So anticipation is also a way for the audience to understand what is about to happen. So it makes, let's say, the viewer is is able to keep up with what is going on in the screen. So it can make things just land a lot better. It can be used for very simple actions. For example, if someone is looking at a drawing or, I don't know, a map of some sort, and they want to point at something, So let's see, let's draw a little hand. Why did I choose a hand for an example? There. So before they actually put down their finger to the page, they might probably, you know, lift up their hand and then touch the page. Here. Okay, that looked a little bit janky, but it can make even the movement more fluid, because you can sorry, I'm like getting stuck. Let me just, oops. Sometimes this can really, there we go. Okay. And not only does this make things a little bit more convincing, because if they lift their hand up and then point, it kind of gives this idea that the person is, you know, sort of aiming where they're going to point. They might be thinking exactly what they want to say, what they want to show. Again, it just looks a little bit more convincing, and it also makes your movements a bit more fluid, because then you can kind of use the momentum of, even if it's very slight, of the hand just going up and then easing out of that position instead of it just straight up going down. Okay, I'm gonna try and give an example, but honestly, I'm not sure if it's gonna look very good. So this can be even when something is very static already. Let's say someone is just standing still and they're gonna start walking. So when they do that, the preference is that they don't just, you know, suddenly start striding. Even the position kind of looks a little bit awkward. So usually what happens is they take like a step before the step. And again, that is anticipation. They're going to give a little step outwards to create a better position to actually start walking. And I'm just kind of keying these positions, and yeah. Then, you know, I'm not gonna animate a whole walk cycle, but you know what I mean. And obviously there are many ways to like take this first step, but again, it's kind of creating momentum. So it's not always about going backwards before going forwards. It's just, you know, again, an action before the action, a sort of build up. That also kind of happens. But you know, anticipation, it really is more notable when, again, you go backwards before going forwards, or you go forwards before going backwards, you go down before going up, all that sort of stuff. It really is the best guideline, you know, just to kind of go to the opposite direction. So yeah, but again, there are little things to keep an eye out for. These little, you know, pre-actions. They are also a sort of anticipation. And as I said, sometimes if something is looking awkward, you are moving your character, let's say, to a very awkward position to start an action again, to start that step, then maybe it's because something is missing, and it's a moment for you to, let's say, maybe film yourself doing whatever your character is going to do, and really catch those micro actions that we get sometimes. And again, as a sort of reminder that if there is an anticipation, there's also a sort of reaction to what is going on. So anticipation also, it also means that something can happen after an action is done. So if you have a bow and arrow, for example, oops. So sure, it's going to start here. Someone's going to pull it back. It should actually bend a little bit, but it's all right. And okay, the arrow's gone, so the action is done, but your, oh my god, but the bow is not gonna just, you know, go back to its original position right away. It's going to, you know, sort of shake a bit. Gonna have that little reverb. And I'm not trying to make the most accurate animation right now, but that's also something. Not only does the anticipation sell an action, but also the reaction to it. And another thing that is part of this whole anticipation concept is, oh, where is it? Yeah, the invisible anticipation. So this is a sort of, as the name sort of suggests, it's something that the eye doesn't really notice, but it's very effective, and it's used a lot in video game animation apparently, because it can sort of, it creates a snapping sort of effect. And I'm going to show a scene that I already showed here. That was that more abstract sort of scene I created on the short film. So when these eyes show up and they open, you might notice that the eyes kind of blink before, even though they're already closed. Before they open, they sort of close even more, and then they stay. So let's see, where is that? Here. So they were closed, they kind of go down a little bit, then up. And actually, now that I'm looking back, I should have probably done a follow-through sort of thing, right? They should have kind of stretch a little bit before settling down on that final position. So, you know, when you look back on things, sometimes you notice things that could be better, but there was a little bit of anticipation, and I knew that when I animated this, again, it's very minimal animation, but that literally just, you know, it's one drawing. Yeah, it's held by 2 frames, but basically a frame of anticipation, but it makes things snap a lot better. And that's the invisible anticipation. It's sometimes just 1 or 2 frames and you can barely see it, but it really helps. And you know, sometimes, and the invisible anticipation is, it can also be the anticipation of another anticipation. It makes it snap even better. So if someone's holding, again, a ball, like on a baseball game, before they actually, you know, do the classic anticipation of going back and then throwing the ball. Let's see, why is that doing that? Oh, I used it all in one frame. Sorry about that. So I'm gonna draw that again. Draw that maybe a little better. Okay, so they're just, you know, holding the ball, they're waiting for their moment. So they might go forward a little bit. And this can be just, again, a couple frames. It can go a little bit further. And I mean, honestly, I think they can even... Yeah, you don't even need to be very minimal. This one is a more exaggerated sort of example. And this arm is really weird. I'm just gonna accept that. So they're gonna go forward, stay there a little bit, and here you can even, you know, make the arm sort of go, sort of start to bend back. Can sort of speed up a little bit. And anyway, so this is, the person hasn't even thrown the ball yet. This is all just a huge anticipation, and it also makes it even more convincing. So sometimes things they need several takes of anticipation before they actually commit to the action. And I think that's very fascinating. And a lot, especially in games, because the reaction to a certain input in a video game, it needs to be very fast so that it doesn't feel like there's a delay from, you know, you pressing the button and then, I don't know, your character like doing a little sword swipe. Sometimes these anticipations, they need to be like really fast and minimal, and sometimes it's just a single frame. And that's why, you know, video game, especially more classic like cartoony video games, they're very snappy with their animation, and it's actually very satisfying. So, you know, a pretty classic sort of small anticipation is when someone notices something, right? They're like looking, and they even do a little bit of a squash. It's a bit off center. Really exaggerated, but it's fine. I don't know if I'm going to fully animate this, but oh, okay, I accidentally made a new one. And then they actually hit that pose of surprise. Can even be very close. Okay, that was a little bit too snappy, or let's see. And then they hold the position. Again, there's a reaction to that. It's still gonna stretch a little bit before settling down. And yeah, it's very simple, but it really makes things a lot more satisfying. And you know, depending on what's going on, you know, after they shoot up, they don't even need to settle down on the last position. They can still, you know, wobble even more down. Sort of how the bow and arrow works. You know, it can have several reactions after that. So those are the basics of anticipation, and see you on the next lesson. Hi, so this lesson is about follow through or overlapping action. Those are just two names in which this principle is known for, and it is very common in character animation. And that is because characters usually have a lot of details about them, whether it be clothing or their body parts or something. And so what happens when a character is moving, and in most cases when you can actually see this is, let's say a character is moving and they suddenly stop. But not all things stop at the same time. If, let's say, they have earrings, the earrings might, keep going. They might, wiggle a little bit when they stop moving, or, if they have any appendages, such as, let's say, a bunny. If this bunny was shaking its head, to the other side, the ears, they're gonna follow, but they're gonna go through the action, right? That's why it's called follow through. Even though they are following the same action, they might actually take a little longer to catch up. So, when they get to the extreme pose here to the right, the ears are gonna flop to that side, and then when the bunny goes back to having like their head straight, the ears might still take a while to get straight again. And realistically speaking, they might even, before getting straight again, they might go to the other side, right? They might flop a little to the left before standing still. And we even saw a little bit about that on the anticipation video, because I feel like those two kind of go hand in hand. There's the anticipation and then there's follow through, sort of the reaction of a movement. So I guess it's a pretty simple thing to wrap your head about, and so I guess it's a pretty simple concept to wrap your head around. So I thought I would animate a little bit just so you can see. I feel like it's good to just kind of see how it's done, because when you're first getting started, it might be a little bit overwhelming. So something that has a lot of overlapping action is hair, especially long hair. If you're animating, let's say, a girl with really long hair, there's gonna be a lot of follow through, and hair is very flowy and light. So I thought I would just animate. This would be a bit hypothetical. I'm just gonna kind of make a floating head. So I'm also gonna work a little bit with symbol animation here, because I don't want to waste too much time animating the face. So I feel like with follow through and overlapping action, this is when we start talking about more complex animation. So I'm just gonna draw a cute little face. Okay. So I selected it, pressed F8. And I'm going to turn this into a symbol, just going to keep it as a graphic. Sorry. So I think I'm going to make her move to a side and then just kind of go back, so that we have, because follow through isn't just about when something stops, it's as something is moving. So I think I'm going to give her, oops. If you're going to edit a symbol, you gotta go into it again. Okay. Oops. Had the previous lesson open there. Right, now we have to animate this. Let's see, I think maybe a second might be. Okay, so this is something to be aware of when you're doing symbol animation is that different from frame by frame animation. When you're making something move, the keyframes are only, let's say, the extreme poses, which is also another term for, in animation, extreme poses are usually your keyframes, right? even in frame by frame animation speaking, because they're, well, key poses. They are important poses. And when it comes to, let's say, motion and digital animation, a keyframe is exactly that. It's going to sort of dictate let me see, I'm just thinking maybe I don't need, I can animate the symbol on the root timeline, because here, yeah, there we go, we can just animate the symbol. So yeah, I'm gonna get into the difference between those two things. So let's say I wanted to go here, and these are just keyframes, and the rest are going to be in-betweens, but they're going to be sort of computer generated. Whereas when we're talking about, you know, technical names, when I'm doing frame by frame animation, you know, let's say I'm just animating a stick moving, and I'm going to make it move, I'm creating a whole new keyframe. You know, in the software, these are all called keyframes. And I thought I would just clarify, because those are two terms that are kind of, it's the same word for slightly different things. So over here, these are all, when we're talking about, you know, the technical terms for the software, these are all keyframes, because there are different, completely different and independent drawings. And if I were to call some of these in-betweens, is because, you know, I made the extreme poses and then I'm drawing them, making new drawings in between them, and that's why they're called in-betweens. This comes from traditional animation. But in here, I'm gonna do some tweening, which is, let's say, the digital form of this. So if I were to click here, I'm just gonna insert classic tween, and it's gonna do that for me. So yeah, this is a bit too fast. Let's see, 15. I don't know, I'm thinking of making it a bit more, I guess, okay, it's kind of hard with a pencil. So you can just click and drag, and you can adjust this. Okay, and in frame 24, I can actually copy the frame, I think. Let's see if I can just paste that. No, it's not the same. So create a new in between. I think we can click and drag. Okay. There are some technical things that sometimes I need to work out. Okay, it's more or less the same thing. So here as well, I'm gonna create a classic tween. And we don't need the onion skin quite yet. Okay, it's gonna do that, but I don't want it to be so aggressive. So I'm gonna create some easing. So over here on properties, we can click on classic ease. Let's see, yeah, ease in and out. And the quad is just kind of the normal one. Honestly, yeah, there's like bouncing animation. There's like a bunch of presets, but let's see, is that working? Yeah, there we go. Gotta press enter. Ooh, that is fast. Might have to adjust that. I'm gonna do this here as well. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm gonna add some because that was a bit much. Ooh, got a bit lost over there. Okay. Cool. Let's make this nice and even. Okay, and it's good that we have some extra frames over here. Okay. So, because, you know, I'm going to be hand animating this and I don't want this to be super long and tedious, so I'm probably going to decrease the number of frames right here, because now it's, you know, there's a new drawing every single frame. And I'm not sure if I'm going to get around to really drawing in the hair moving, because I'm going to animate the hair by hand because I think it's a bit more comprehensible, I guess. So I'm going to duplicate this just so I can you know, have a backup. So I really want to just kind of give a demonstration on this class on, you know, using the software for a bit more of a more elaborate animation. Let me just check something. Yeah, okay, it's recording all right. So what we can do is you right click and yeah, convert to frame by frame animation. Keyframe each frame. Oh, we can, yeah, every other frame. Let's see. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know it had this. Oh, but it created an awkward one symbol here. Yeah, and this might actually, I think I spaced them out a little bit too much, and that's why it's so fast. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna drag them over to be a little bit closer. Let's see. Oh, that's eerie. Yeah. Cool. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit easier to work with. 15. Oh, I see. I'm gonna create an even number. Yeah, there we go. Now we can make every other frame. It's a bit choppy, but I think it's gonna make it a little easier to work with. So actually, because I did that, I'm gonna copy it again, because if I decide to, whoops, actually animate everything. Let me just do that again. Every other frame. And every other frame. Okay. And I'm gonna animate the hair over here and use a slightly different color. Slightly now, I'm gonna use blue. Okay. Okay. So before we actually start animating, let's define how this hair is gonna look like. I'm just gonna make it sort of how I did one of my characters. Just has a bit of a bouncy, like a round sort of shape. It's gonna make things a little easier. Okay. And I'm gonna lock this layer so that it doesn't show the onion skin, or else it might look a little cluttered. Actually, yeah, I don't know, I think looking at the future one kind of confuses me. Let's see, I might turn this back on at some point. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk, what's the difference between animating a symbol on the root timeline and inside the symbol? Well, it's basically, you know, a sort of, again, a preservation of the original drawing, because if I click inside the symbol, I can't do that because it's locked, you know, that's all this symbol is. And there's a keyframe in here, but I think that was just an accident. Yeah, I don't know why there is one in there, but it's still the same drawing, you know. The animation isn't actually inside the symbol. I don't really plan on making it loop, so there's not really much of a reason for me to do that. And just a reminder, you can actually put symbols inside symbols, so if I still wanted to preserve the animation inside a symbol, I could do that and still have this standalone symbol be its own symbol inside the other timeline. You can just basically stack things over each other all the time. But here, I don't intend saving this animation for future use or anything, so I prefer to animate it on the root timeline, because then it's directly embedded in this timeline and not inside the symbol. So if I were ever to access the symbol inside this library, it's just going to be this drawing. Hope that made some sense. Okay, so let's get to overlapping action. So because this girl is going to shake her head, she kind of looks like a ghost when she's doing that for some reason, but okay. The overlapping action is going to start from, from the very beginning. If I were to use this exact drawing every time, it will look stiff, like she glued her hair in place or something. So when something as light as hair especially is dragging behind, already when she starts moving, the hair is going to take a moment to, sort of catch on to that motion. So this part is directly attached to her head, so there's nothing we can do about that. It's always going to be attached. But for the most part, everything's just kind of stay in place at the bottom. And yeah, as you can see, that didn't make any sense because it was kind of going back. So if it's gonna move, it's gonna move with her for now. So we're gonna try and make this still stay in place. See? Still, it's already dragging behind her. Okay, I'm not gonna... just gonna keep the previous one. Oh, this frame already is starting to get far away. So more and more it's gonna drag. It's first going, yeah, also this effect is also called drag. So there's a lot of terms in animation. Depends on what you're talking about, honestly. It's kind of funny when you're animating, it looks like the hair just gave up in the middle of this. Still making it drag quite a lot in the back. And again, this is also an example of that sort of hybrid animation I was talking about. I did a sort of pose to pose with this, though this was a lot simpler because I didn't have to manually draw these in-betweens. And now with overlapping action, I think this is a moment where people use a lot of straight ahead animation when they're doing overlapping actions, because it gives that fluidity and just generally it's a lot easier to work with. But if it's gonna hit a very specific pose, I might do that, over here at some point. I want the hair to really, flip back. I might, just key that, draw the drawing I want it to be. But I don't know, I might actually just, let's see. There we go. Sometimes I like to already prepare some of these empty keyframes. I always forget what it's F6. So you can sort of just use your keyboard and it can be really fast, like that. And in the end there's going to be more frames for the hair, but for now I'm just going to keep it like that. You also have to be very aware of when she starts slowing down, because the moment she starts to ease into the second position, the drag is also going to have to start to lower. But again, kind of delayed. It's still going to be speeding up. Even, yeah, here, she's already dragging. She, hits that position and she's already... For now, there's not much of a difference. So, the hair doesn't know she's slowing down yet. You kind of have to think about it like that. Like, it's not affected by her slowing down. And here she's already, she has slowed down. But if you kind of see the distance between these, perhaps it can still be more or less the same, you know, it's still still dragging. And again, she's already, yeah, okay, she's already started moving to the left. But the hair, it's still going. You have to think relatively in these cases, you know, okay, the head has gone to the left, but we know that it's not, it's not very consistent. Okay, just kind of getting the height for that. Okay, so the hair is still relatively to the hair itself, it's still moving to the right. Here, still moving to the right probably. It's really gonna shoot out to the other side. It's gonna go way beyond the point that she went, you know. Again, it can be a common mistake because, you know, she's gonna stop here, but the hair, it's gonna shoot back to the other side because there's nothing really stopping it. Like on the bottom, it's gonna be attached to the head on the top. Let's see. I still want it to go beyond that point. Let's see if that's too much. I don't think so. Yeah. Again, relatively, it didn't really move that much from this frame. Looking at just the hair, sometimes you can even, you know, can be even useful to look at just that. And here I'm just gonna kind of, I think it's gonna still go up a little. Oops. Oh man. Accidentally undid some of the stuff there, but it's fine. It's gonna go up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. And you know, I could have actually done some stretching over here. Kind of wanted to keep it right on the same sort of proportion, but this is when, you know, a squash and stretch can be pretty cool for the hair. Especially, you know, usually when we're animating, hair is usually just this one big mass instead of individual strands. So it's kind of like, it looks like it's made of rubber. And here, I think we can kind of stretch it out a little bit because I think it became a little fat. Gonna just roughly erase some of that out. Oh wow, she stops pretty fast here. Okay, she's slightly slowing down here. So if she's only started to slow down, the distance is barely noticeable here. And the hair is still gonna still going strong, you know? Yeah, I stretched it out quite a bit over here. I think it looks cool though. Let's see. Okay, here she's already stopping. Maybe the hair can slow down just a little bit and make it a little closer perhaps. Let's see. And here she stopped. But the hair is nowhere near stopping, so you know, it's still gonna go. And I don't even know how many frames I'm still gonna do. Oops, wrong one. 7 to make an empty frame. And she took, let's say, 2 or 3 frames to stop. Maybe the hair could take about 4. Because the hair, for being lighter and having a lot less control over its movements like the head, it's going to take longer to stop as well, especially because it's lighter. Let me think. Yeah. I could exaggerate this a lot more. I'm thinking. Let's see, I don't know if that's gonna look good. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna add a few more frames to make it really like settle down. Here I'm gonna start slowing it down. Still gonna go a little bit longer. I mean further away, you know, so it could actually hold maybe a frame or two. Let's see. If it holds for 4 frames. Maybe just 3. If you add that extra little frame, it can really, and then it's kind of almost repeat that previous frame. I think the hair kind of became shorter over time, but you know, just some practice. I'm focusing mostly on the movement rather than staying faithful, although you know, obviously staying faithful to the drawing is important. This little wave is probably kind of shortened over time, but and then it can even go further again, you know, give it that little shake. Okay, maybe hold it for just 3 frames. Let's see, should it settle down here? I think it should get an extra frame over here. So, whoops. Add 2 frames, make a blank keyframe here. And now we can just look at these 2. And I'm gonna create an in-between specifically of these 2. I'm gonna make it closer to the previous one than the last one, if I can. It's very minimal. Yeah, there we go. That's cool. Shift F5 to remove frames and center that. Oh, that's cute. I'm proud of that. Yeah, it gave a pretty cute bounce on the end. So yeah, that was some overlapping action for you, and yeah, I think that's my tip, you know, just look at that onion skin and kind of see the relativity between, you know, the distance between frames, because that's what's telling you how fast or slow it's going. So if the distance starts to shorten, it means it's going slower. So, you know, I knew that the hair still needed to kind of keep that same distance and only start to slow down later. So, as you can see, you know, I was going straight ahead with this animation, and, you know, it went off model, as we say, you know, it kind of lost its proportions a little bit. Let's see. This is the last frame. This is, yeah, it really changed shape. Which, you know, it's not that great, you know, but, you know, it looks pretty smooth, so you can barely tell, you know, if you're not paying attention to that. But this is another way that I actually didn't mention. I said that wrong. So this is another method that I didn't mention on that pose to pose or straight ahead animation, is that sometimes people, you know, exactly to get that nice flow and, you know, organic feel, let's say, of this overlapping action of the hair, you know, I could do exactly what I did right now. Just go straight ahead, you know, not thinking too much, just really getting the flow of the movement itself. And then, as I said, I noticed it went a little bit off model. or you know, not exactly off model, but it changed shape over time. So I would go and give it a second pass, maybe kind of go pose to pose to make sure, like I would, you know, draw over this one and then go over to this last slide in which it's not that similar, and on a new layer, of course. But then I would go and, you know, give it the right shape it was supposed to have, so that when I'm animating these last few frames, I have this reference of the ending point. I know how it needs to be exactly on that last frame to make sure that I didn't change this shape or the size accidentally. So a lot of people do the straight ahead animation as a sort of test, you know, to use as a guide when you're actually cleaning up, and that first straight ahead pass isn't even used in the final animation, but it can really help you get that feel, because sometimes pose to pose can be a little bit, you can really lose the flow, because it might really look like you're going pose to pose instead of it being one single fluid motion. So yeah, I also wanted to talk about that when it comes to combining straight ahead with more calculated animation. It's totally a thing that you can do. So yeah, I hope you liked this more demonstrative sort of lesson, and I believe the next ones will become more and more like that, just incorporating the principles over the other, and we're going to start constructing, you know, more complex characters and making some little short animation tests. And yeah, I'm excited to see you on the next ones. See you later. Hi, so this video's principle is secondary action. So this principle relates a lot to character animation, and what it is about is that when a character is, you know, portraying some idea, there are usually little actions, little gestures in its body that can help fortify that action and that idea that they're putting out. So, for example, it's not just when someone is sad, but they might also try and wipe a tear away from their face. I'm gonna do that again. So, for example, a character can be sad, and not only you can see that on their expression, but they could be wiping a tear away. So with that example in mind, you have to think that the secondary action, it's, you know, it's complementing, it's adding to that primary action. So you don't want to draw attention away from what is the most important, because the primary action should be, you know, they're sad and they're wiping a tear away. But if their expression is the most important part of this scene, they shouldn't be, you know, covering their face, for example. The secondary action shouldn't take away the attention from the primary action. So it has a lot to do with acting and making let me see. So this has a lot to do with acting and just making gestures and emotions more clear to the viewer. And again, this just goes to add to a more believable performance and all that. So I'm going to show an example. I'm going to animate an example now. So I had this character and I want them to be upset about something that someone said or something that he sees. So to show this in a scene, so in an animated way, you know, if I would just, you know, keep him still and just change his expression, it would be very, very dull, right? There's a lot more that happens when someone reacts to something. So I think the first thing I want to make him do is just sort of take a step away. You know, when someone is shocked by something, they sometimes, you know, they take a step away to show that they are upset or even intimidated by something. Here. Let's see, I'm just gonna give some extra time here before the first reaction. Let me think. way too tiny. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit more visible for me. So I'm going to animate oh my god. So I'm going to animate many things in his face, but again, some people call this a building block method where, you know, let's just go one thing at a time. So I'm going to just sort of time out, you know, the movement that his head makes before going any further. And I'm not even gonna think about his ears, just really the head shape. So let's already keep in mind some principles. I'm going to anticipate he's going to, you know, kind of have also an arc. Is going to go sort of in this direction, but before that, I'm going to just add, oops, F7, there we go, that anticipation. Now I'm not sure if it's going to be just one frame, and honestly I think I'm just going to copy this drawing and animate it. Okay, let me see. So basically I just press, you know, Ctrl C to copy and Ctrl Shift V to copy it, to paste it in place. Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. There. So I'm just gonna add a few frames just to make this a little easier. What? Oh, I'm pressing this wrong thing. There we go. So it's kind of weird because it feels like he's getting smushed, but honestly I think it's just because the ears are missing, so it looks like he's like flattening. Let me see. The last one. Okay, I'm gonna add how do I make it blank? Okay. Okay, we go to the last frame, click on add a blank keyframe, but then it does that to the last one. Sometimes it can be a little fidgety. And okay, I don't want to look forward. I don't want to look forward. There we go. Gonna really sort of ease this first one. Nope. No, I want to extend this. Thank you. Okay. I think he goes way too much, but I don't know. Let me just keep animating this for now. I'm gonna start making this a bit more dramatic. So I'm copying always the last one I made so I can paste it on the last position. Okay. Copy, paste it. Now he's gonna start slowing down. Maybe one more. To really sort of ease him into that last position. honestly, I think this anticipation went even a little bit too far. This is just sort of one of those very subtle. I'm gonna make him not go so much forward, but mostly just up. I think that's gonna be, yeah, I think that's better. So I'm actually, you know, him stepping back like this is already a sort of secondary action, because, you know, the main action here is his expression. He's going to, you know, he's going to have an expression change. So that's the thing. This is only aiding to his reaction, but when something is moving, that's usually what we want to lay out first. Let me think what's next. So maybe we should, you know, get on with actually animating his face. Now that I think about it, probably should have actually animated his expression changing first and then changing his spacing. But okay, so that's what I said. I kind of did a straight ahead pass of this, and what we can do is create a new layer, and I'm gonna just copy this original drawing because it's gonna be my base for the rest of the animation. His expression is pretty neutral, but it's exactly because this is already serving as my reference for the character. And that's the thing. Don't think that you're wasting time in testing things. You know, usually with more complex things, you should thumbnail your drawings, which means, you know, making, how they call it, exploratory drawings. You know, it's not about, you know, getting the final look of something, but, you know, exploring, laying something out. You need to see things to see how they work sometimes. So I'm going to lower the opacity of this, or opacity, I don't know, so that, you know, we can then use this as reference. Let's see, I'm thinking ahead a little bit. So, and then we're gonna animate, oops, let's see. Then I'm gonna have to sort of, okay. So I'm gonna like sort of spoil what I'm thinking, but I think a pretty big secondary action that I want in this scene is for him to sort of lower his ears by the end of the scene. They're gonna be kind of like this. Which, by the way, I think this is why, you know, these like animal people are so popular in animation, because animals really, they have so much potential in their extra parts in their body, you know, like whiskers and tails and generally more expressive ears. They just have so much potential, and they can be so expressive. And I kept thinking about a secondary action example, and I just really wanted a character with like ears, like animal ears, because I think they are like a perfect example of this. So okay, I'm going to redraw again, sort of. I'm gonna lock this one so I don't, actually I'm just gonna hide it. And again, because I know I'm gonna redraw the ears, I'm not gonna bother with them now. Do that again. Because the other, you know, layer that I made, it basically turns into a guideline, right? Just like sometimes, you know, with the bouncing ball, I, you know, drew the way, the path it was going to follow. You should also, you know, create guidelines that are actually animated, so that you can, you know, get something out of your brain so that you don't have to think about so many things at once. Talking about, these guidelines, that is very, very useful when you're drawing something in perspective. So sometimes the character is coming up close to the camera, so they're going to be far away. They're going to, increase in size. So please never animate that straight ahead. It's so hard. So a lot of the time, people would literally draw these guidelines to kind of keep at like a low opacity at all times while they're animating so that they can always get, like the proportions right. And they literally have these lines set out for them. So that's just a very, very classic example of animation guidelines. Anyway, wanted to put that out. Let's see, because a good tip with secondary actions is that don't time everything exactly the same. Like, oh, he's going to react exactly at the same timing that, his head turns to the side. I might even do that now just to still, kind of time things correctly, but then I might delay his expression a little bit. So I think he can raise his eyebrows. His eyes are pretty much going to stay the same. But then his expression can become more neutral, and I'm not going to animate his whiskers either. Let me see. Nope. F6? Yes. And then maybe raise them just a little bit more. So kind of, the character hasn't quite processed what just happened, whatever has happened. Oh, I think I accidentally added a frame over there. But I think it timed pretty cool. Gives it a little bit more time to start the actual movement. Now, I like to work with pretty flexible frame rates like this. But if you want to keep a steady frame rate, only like 2 frames at a time, that can also lead you to time and space things differently. Because, removing a frame from this kind of animation sometimes makes a huge difference. So sometimes it's good to have in mind what kind of animation, because I don't know, I can imagine that sometimes there could be a limit depending on production stuff. If you're working with a large team, sometimes to have that fixed, maybe 12 drawings per second can be useful. I'm not sure though. And I usually work in 12 drawings per second and keep the animating on ones for really detailed and things that need to be really smooth. And then you can add those ones in between and smooth out your animation. But usually it's good to have in mind how many frames you're actually going to use, because then, as I said, adding ones after animating in twos can mess up your timing. So there's always going to be some adjustments to make over there. Anyway, when I'm drawing, it involves a lot of just staring and just thinking for a large amount of minutes. So for whoever's editing, feel free to cut out if I'm taking way too long. But animation is a lot about, replaying those 2 frames you drew a million times until... So what I'm thinking is that this slight expression change can come even just like a single frame before, when he's still not even moving. And sometimes, when I said about that invisible anticipation, it can be a lot about that. Just break the secondary actions by a couple of frames can give it a much more natural flow. So, okay. So his eyebrows are gonna start to slant. I mean, I could just... I'm just gonna redraw things, honestly. With hand-drawn stuff, I don't mind. Just sort of lining things again. I should, yeah, from now I'm gonna copy this outline so I don't have to keep redrawing it. Now this, if I was, you know, animating this for something, this would still be a rough pass, so I'm not, you know, my line art is still pretty rough. So I don't mind, you know, having this sort of broken outlines and stuff. Let me copy that. Okay, gotta remember to not end up copying something else. Okay, so the eyebrows, oops, they're gonna, you know, come a little bit lower. The eyes are still, I still don't want the eyes to change much. Again, I sort of want to break up the expression change a little bit. As for the mouth, yeah, I'm gonna make it, you know, gonna make it sad now. I think it's important to really mark that. I think the mouth can really, okay, actually, yeah, no, the mouth changes. Oh, okay, so yeah, this was a little bit too dramatic because I want this to be smooth. Let's make like an in-between of that. And the mouth as well. Perhaps this could be the next one. And this, wait, no, I want this one to hold. I'm just gonna, let me see. There. I think that would kind of mess up the timing because here he's kind of stopping his head on the top, so I don't want his expression to change in the middle of that. And then his expression can start to change here, but it's only really going to become clear on the next couple of frames. And here I'm just animating everything in one place. I'm not thinking about the head movement at all. I mean, I am, you know, when it comes to the timing of it, but I'm just gonna animate it all in one place. Okay, so now his eyebrows can... I don't really think the eyes themselves are going to change that much, honestly. Now the expression itself, I think, is going to be kind of subtle. And the eyes, I think I want them to become a little bit wider, like that. And the mouth is going to stay pretty much the same. And here, I'm just going to give it that last bit of exaggeration. And I think this is going to be our final expression. Actually, I think this one. Wait. I think this eye is going to move too much. Let's see. Yeah. His eyes kind of become wide and, you know, they kind of cross a little bit. I think that's a cute look. Okay. So I think this is good and we can actually make this head move now. So here's gonna stay in place. I'm gonna turn off the onion skin because we don't need that now. And I think I'm just gonna use the arrow keys for these few first ones. And here, so it's gonna move. I'm just gonna insert a keyframe, so it's gonna be the same drawing, but it's gonna just move a little bit. Now I'm gonna use the mouse. Let's see that. I think this anticipation is too smooth. I'm not sure. I think it's okay. Okay. So I think we could say this is the primary action, you know. He steps away and, you know, becomes upset. I think those are the most important ones. They kind of walk hand in hand. The expression on itself, I think, wouldn't communicate as much. Let's save. Let me just check here. All right. I like to check every once in a while that we are recording because, oh my god. I'm gonna rename things. Okay, so now I want to animate the ears, which for me are going to be the big secondary action in this. And, you know, just to preserve things, make sure, you know, if I really don't like the ears, I don't have to go back and animate them again. I'm going to do them on a separate layer. And it's going to follow the same frame rate, right? Like, with these things, if things are attached, it might be better to not have them, you know, diverge with the main frames, whereas that can look a bit awkward. But I don't know. Obviously, like I did with that hair example, you know, after it stops, you know, we can pretty much just go wild with the rest of the follow through and stuff. But when there's not too much overlapping stuff, you might want to follow the same sort of frame rate. So the ears already exist on that one. Okay, guideline. We don't need that anymore. Let me see. I think on the first frames, they're gonna stay the same. Oh yeah, it's gonna start moving, right? That's the previous frame. Honestly, I think it stays pretty much on the same. Yeah, the drawing doesn't change that much. I think it goes up a little. Yeah. Okay, so this is the same drawing, so I don't want to make it look really awkward, so I'm just gonna paste the same one so that it, like, the ears aren't moving on their own. Okay. So I'm gonna add a bit of drag to the ears. So he's gonna start moving backwards, but I want the ears sort of to flop to the back a little bit like that. Let's see. It's gonna give some life to the ears for once. Like that. Yeah, and So it's gonna end about here, you know, kind of look at the distances, but they're gonna sort of flow to the back a little. And this one looks smaller, like that maybe. And yeah, because of the follow through, the ears, I think they should settle on, whoa, what? Animate is being weird. Sometimes you gotta restart Animate because it just decides to be weird. Yeah, it didn't like it. It didn't like the main drawing to be. It's gonna give it a bunch of frames so that, yeah, it's not gonna be that long, but just to make sure. Should really update mine. I think it's a bit glitchy since the last update. Always be careful with the Adobe updates because they love to mess up like the basic stuff when they decide to change it. Okay, yeah, the ear. So again, what was I talking about? Yeah, the follow through of the ear. Again, I think I want that secondary action to hit like a little after the main action, you know. The secondary action doesn't necessarily need to be at the same time, by the way. I feel like I need to make that clear. Sometimes it's something the character does before or even after the main action. It kind of, when it's done before, it's almost a form of anticipation, right? It makes it clear to the viewer what's about to happen. But when with secondary action, it kind of, you know, it can give some more personality to whatever your character is about to do. You know, like someone, I don't know, rubbing their hands before grabbing something, like they're anxious or excited to do that or whatever. So yeah, for the most part, I'm just gonna do some follow through on these ears. They're not gonna move that much, like independently. So, yeah. Now, yeah, the final. Oh, I drew on the wrong layer. It's not that bad actually. Just use the lasso tool. I want to keep it nice and separate, for the most part. There. Just cut it with Ctrl X. Ctrl X, it copies and deletes whatever you selected. I know copying is a pretty basic command, but I only learned it like pretty late in my digital art life for some reason. Okay, so here we are already independent, let's say, from the main drawing, right? So we can start. Yeah, let me just also extend this because it's kind of weird to keep adding frames when they don't exist. So I'm just gonna do that, you know. In Animate, I always like to just create a bunch of frames to make the timeline a little easier to control. Okay, so here, from this point, this is when the character is actually going to move their ears so that they're droopy. Second, I need some water. Sorry, I'm gonna even mute that in case it's uncomfortable. Okay. I'm just thinking about how... Yeah, we can even key this, right? So Since everything's gonna stay in place, we can do this easier. So I want it to look like this, maybe. It needs to be more exaggerated. Yeah, something like that. It's really, really sad little ears. And we can add some frames just in case. Okay, now I want to look forward more than back. Ah! We only have 2 frames, so I don't know if this is gonna be enough, but you know, we can, since I know for now that, oh, there's only 2 frames to go, or better, 2 drawings to go, I can space that out a little better. So again, remember the easing and the arcs of stuff. I don't want to space them, thinking about the tips of the ears, right? I don't want them, I don't want them to be, you know, evenly spaced. I want them to ease, so maybe something like this, right? The middle one, I mean, the second frame is on the middle of the path. It's just some classic sort of easing tips. But let's see, I might add a different frame, and since if I add an extra frame, I might have to redraw them because the timing is going to be different. I'm just thinking about the follow through, because I keep thinking I might want to make them bounce back before going down, but for this example, I don't know. So I'm still gonna figure out how this ear is gonna move. It's a bit of a long stretch of movement. Okay. And then it ended up kind of evenly spaced, honestly. But I don't want I want this distance to be smaller than the distance. So I'm gonna just edge it a little closer. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to wait a little longer. It kind of goes straight away. I felt like that was a bit robotic. So thinking, wait, there, maybe. Maybe even more. I think I'm gonna do what I said, and I'm going to make it bounce back a little bit. Get some follow through there. And here, yeah. Gonna make it go back to where it was. Right, let's see. Yeah, that's cool. I actually think this one went too smooth. I think it can be either the spacing of the ears or maybe even the timing. Wonder if we get, maybe just remove this one frame. I'm gonna keep that frame on just a single one, and I'm gonna give this one even more of an ease. Just so it sort of snaps. Yeah, and this one too. When something moves really fast from one point to the other, sometimes it's not like a problem that you don't, you don't have to fill in every single position. Again, because if you draw every single position, you're gonna get a really slow animation. So and having something literally snap to a position, again, it can make the animation really snappy, and sometimes that's what you want. Yeah, that's cool. And again, some follow through. I'm gonna make it bounce back just a little bit like that. This is gonna be the actual final pose, I think. Yeah, very cute. Okay, so those were the ears. Oh, one final frame there, and now the whiskers. So the whiskers, I think I want them to. They're gonna, like kind of go down like this. Kind of in between, when the arc is the head is settling down, but before, I don't know. Or it can be more timed with the head. Again, I don't want to distract too much from the ears and the head moving, because I think those are, again, the ears are another main point of this animation. So I don't want the whiskers to be like really I don't want them to draw too much attention. I might actually just animate on the same layer as the ears. They're going to be sort of the complements. And again, on a more complex animation, you might want to maybe draw these with different colors so that you remember you're drawing on different layers or whatever. But just for this example, I think it makes it a little bit clearer. Okay, I don't want to look forward yet. These are going to be basically the same. Let me see. Already adding some drag. Let's see. But not too much. I feel like they shouldn't be that. Let me just get the proportion of that. Okay, so they line up with this little cross here. Oh, they're dragging a bit. They're like moving. How is it? They're gliding a little bit. The nose kind of shrunk, but I think it stays pretty consistent after that, so I can adjust that later. Oh yeah, these are the same drawing, right? So I'm gonna just copy these. Sometimes better to just have the same reference. There we go. Okay, so now, yeah. Again, I think the whiskers are mainly just going to be a sort of overlapping action. Sort of. Oh, these glided a lot. I feel like they're... Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep these consistent. I feel like they're dragging too much to the side here. Yeah. And even with these, can even stretch them out a bit here. Kind of like a motion blur. I don't want these to like bend over too much. They're just kind of gonna do this. With something as thin as whiskers, you know, I feel like the squash and stretch doesn't need to be like, oh, so the whiskers have to be thinner now that they're moving. Like, no, they're already so thin and almost abstract. Sometimes you can get away with just drawing them longer. Though here they're really thick, so that like literally is the opposite of what we want. Let me just check. Yeah, that is decreasing the size. Yeah. I'm not sure about them like sort of bending into like that. Maybe they can just stay more like a little bit stiffer. And here they're gonna start settling down to their normal size. Oh yeah, I wanted them to shrink, right? Let me see. Yeah, on these final, it can just take like 2 frames or something. I think here actually they can start to shrink a little. Not shrink, like, I don't know the word. They're gonna start to move down a little bit here. Oh, actually I should have drawn the whiskers on a separate layer, because I'm gonna have to keep copying them when they're standing still, because yeah, so yeah, there's that was a mistake. When in doubt, just draw everything on the same layer. Here they're gonna go down. Yep. You know, just can use my mouse, and yeah, even if you're on one specific layer, it's gonna select everything, so just gonna lock the base head one, and gonna select only the whiskers and just copy them. Again, with a layer just for them, I wouldn't have to do this, but it's a short animation, so it's fine. Oh yeah, there's the neck. The neck isn't gonna do much. Yep, that's pretty good. The whiskers just kind of follow the general expression, and then the ears do that actual secondary action. Whoops, sorry. Okay, now I'm just gonna animate the neck. I'm not gonna do the same mistake. And now I'm just gonna, with these kind of layers, I just go really quick and create the same. Let me see. Actually, here with the neck, yeah, this is where it stops moving. Now, so with how the neck, oh my god, so as for how the head is gonna move in relation to the neck, you know, I think when it anticipates, the neck is sort of stretching here, and then here, you know, is gonna slump. The head is slumping down into the shoulders. Again, you know, thinking about it, you know, if there was a whole body here, if I were to just sort of paste the neck exactly where the rest is, it would look just how the head is looking right now, like he's just like floating around. It's like a floating cat. And actually, you know, I want to imply that this is like, I don't know, a little cat person. Oh, you know, with like a human with a cat head. And, you know, they act like humans do instead of being a floating cat. So because he does go forward a little bit, I am going to take the head forward, but keep the same relation to the shoulders. Yeah, like that. Kind of keep the shoulders more or less on the same place. Okay, lines up more or less with the nose. Now the shoulders can go a little bit to the back. Like, I mean, the shoulders can kind of go down a little. I feel like, you know, still can follow a little bit of the motion. Don't need that much. There we go. Shoulder is going to be like here, here. Yeah. But this one, I kind of want the shoulders to slump a little more. Yeah, awesome. So, and you can, you know, you can play around a lot with these secondary motions. They can be very subtle. For example, if I really wanted, you know, the cat to have those sad eyes, I can add some little sparkles on its eyes, like he's steering up. Or wouldn't work that much with this character, but if it was a person, you can make their lower lip sort of tremble, you know, like there's just make the lip go up and down. There's so many little things to add to the acting of the character. And yeah, that was a little demonstration of secondary action. I really like this little guy. Really cute. And yeah, if I'm correct, this was the last of the main, my voice kind of shook there. So this was the last of the main principles. I'm gonna go through some of the more theoretical ones on the next class just to kind of get them over with, because it's better to just demonstrate them all at once, I think. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Alright, so I have already covered basically all the main principles so far, and now there are just a few left that I kind of just want to talk about quickly now in the end. And these are the principles that I want to talk about. I think these principles are some of the most general principles of animation, and I feel like I can explain them pretty quickly. I think that the one that I've been mentioning the most so far is exaggeration. And it really means exaggeration in a very vague and general way, honestly. I feel like a lot of the things that I've been talking about, in animation, they are benefited from exaggeration, even if it's just slightly exaggerated, but anticipation, overlapping action, all those things, they can really, they need to be very clear, and sometimes that means that they need to be exaggerated, and it just creates a more appealing performance. And especially with cartoons, like very comedic sort of cartoons, exaggeration is your best friend. Usually just go as far as you can go, and it will be fun, So I think it's something present, exaggeration is present in basically all the principles, and it's something that you should keep in mind, because creating very subtle things in animation is pretty hard. So it's usually better to go the other way and exaggerate. So the other more general principle is appeal. Appeal is mostly about quality character design. And not just character design, really, just prop design and backgrounds, layouts, and all that. It only really works with experience, but if you're looking at animation classics, especially the old Disney movies, you'll see that even the most despicable villains are very entertaining and appealing. Again, they have very solid designs, and appeal has a lot to do with good draftsmanship. And it is, again, I think I can talk more about appeal if I go to solid drawing. So solid drawing, I feel it came from when, sorry, let me think that through a little better. So solid drawing, it's probably the most important when we're talking about hand-drawn animation. But again, solid drawing isn't just about the act of drawing in general, it's also about the composition, and again, knowing what is most appealing. But I think it still is very important, even in types of animation that you don't really have to actually draw much, like the paper doll animation or 3D animation, but having an idea about what visually works best is still very important knowledge. And a lot of people, especially, again, I am talking mostly about hand-drawn animation now, but the general advice is that don't even start animating if you still haven't figured out how to draw, because it's way too many things to think about, and you will get more quality animation by having more solid drawing. Because animation, to create believable characters, it's a lot about creating depth. And let's see. So the book that I've been using for the most reference in these principle lessons is The Illusion of Life by Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston. And they give this really good tip about avoiding twins, as they call it. It's a very common mistake when people are starting to draw, and especially animate, is that they won't only draw but animate characters moving sort of in this mirrored fashion. The hands do the same thing, and even their placement, they are straight ahead looking at the camera. And these sort of angles, if you look especially at film, not animation, but live action, first off, camera angles are very carefully chosen, and rarely will someone be looking straight towards the camera. And again, good actors don't usually act in this symmetrical way. You know, there's usually this asymmetry is a lot better, and it's not only about how things are, you know, making each side look different, but obviously this is a very simple drawing, but I wanted to sorry, I got lost in thought there. So, and it's not only about the pose, but what's also important in avoiding these very flat angles in your drawings is that it also creates more depth to your character. So having these little overlapping lines, like over here on the leg, maybe on the arm, you know, having your face in perspective. This is a very, you know, simple drawing, but if your character has eyes, usually, you know, the eyes will be in perspective as well. And, you know, making your character look like it has mass, like it has volume, is also very, very important. And actually, in this example, I might have not I did not make a very good example of something, is that, you know, you should avoid parallel lines. And here I do that a lot. And so in my case, this isn't even the most solid and appealing drawing ever, but animation, it favors organic shapes and more fluid shapes more than very rigid ones, especially again with hand-drawn animation. And, you know, the book talks about a lot about these organic shapes that aren't symmetrical. You know, usually, you know, they will be like, they just do these really abstract drawings about, you know, the kind of lines that you should look for when you're drawing. Let me see. Yeah, just in general, things already, the shapes themselves, they will oh my goodness, what's the word? Okay, so the shapes themselves should suggest movement, you know, not just on the animation itself, because animation means movement, but even on the shape. And again, this might have not been this might not have been the best example. I was mostly just talking about twins. But for example, when people are constructing characters for paper doll animation, my speaking is terrible today, sorry. So when people are creating characters for paper doll animation, you know, they usually work with shapes, and I'm actually going to construct a character in one of the next lessons, but it's so common that, let's see, I'm just gonna pick like gray, you know, they draw the head. Sorry, let me prepare things properly. So in very, you know, beginner sort of animation, especially when people are drawing with sort of paper doll styles, we see extremely rigid and just very geometric things. And I'm not saying that the drawing can't be geometric, because, you know, people who pull off the geometric style, it can look really good, but I'm talking mostly about just this sort of drawing where, you know, things are extremely straight, you know, and even and way too symmetrical as well. That's why in animation, as I was speaking, you know, we rarely draw characters looking straight at us, because this straight design is not very appealing. You know, we usually want, you know, the 3/4, because it just creates a lot more appeal. You know, you have this fluidity of, you know, the profile and all that stuff. And a lot of characters are designed to only be looking sideways and never forward. We see, you know, if you've watched Phineas and Ferb, how Phineas is basically a triangle. I don't remember how his hair is, but, you know, he's in some episodes they make the mistake of making him look forward, And it looks awful, you know, they make him sort of like this, and then his nose is looking up. And I don't know who had that idea, because the purpose of the character was never to look directly forward. And again, with paper doll animation, the exact thing happens where people, because they're working with very flat shapes, because this sort of geometric style is, it really is more practical to work with. But kind of how I'm gonna draw with the pencil. I really can't keep working like this. You know, they make the arms that are going to be extremely rigid, and well, even Animate sort of corrected that for me. Animate itself doesn't really like straight shapes with the brush, and it loses so much of that appeal that I was talking about, because I feel like solid drawing, it creates appeal, and it's, you know, again, I feel like those two principles are almost the same. I just feel like appeal is a broader term. It comes down to like design principles and all that, whereas solid drawing is a more technical approach, and it's just a more specific part of appeal. So again, I was talking about paper doll characters, and I feel like I'm gonna go more in depth in that in the video I actually create, but you know, you can still apply hand-drawn, you know, like hand drawing and handmade things to paper doll characters, and that geometric style, it really is a trap if you don't really know what you're working with. So last but definitely not least is staging. And this one is definitely the most general principle, but I think the most important. I think it takes everything in account. And again, it's a very general term, but let's start from what the word might already make you think. So about the stage it makes you think about the stage like in a play, or the scene itself. So taking, for example, the short film I directed, staging is a lot about being as clear as possible in your work. So if a scene is supposed to be spooky, make it really spooky. So, you know, I put all the elements that make someone realize this is a spooky scene, you know, the dark forest, the creepy eyes looking back, you know, the character being, you know, scared because being scared of the dark. This has a lot to do with staging, you know, just, you know, making sure that her expression is readable and everything, you know, points towards this feeling that you want the viewer to feel when they're watching. And the same goes to, you know, I also wanted on the same short film to show the forest in a completely different light, quite literally, and make it look like a safe and, you know, good place to be in. And, you know, with the color palette, even the angle, the elements on screen, they, you know, they all convey what I want with this environment. Let's see. And you know, staging can also be related to acting, and that comes from your character's body language. Again, when I was talking about secondary action, I said it had a lot to do with staging, because it makes the action that your character is performing clearer, because you're adding more and more things that are pointing towards that, let's say, the emotion that they're feeling, right? And staging also has to do, again, with being visually clear, as in, let's see, the angle that you're shooting, let's say, shooting. We don't really have a camera here, but anyway, you know, you want the angle and the composition of your scene, again, to favor whatever you're trying to say there. So if a character is pointing at something, not only, let's say, again, the problem with the straight angle. You know, it's not very good because the silhouette, for example, isn't very readable, because again, here the silhouette is clearer because we can clearly see where that arm is pointing at, you know. And the whole thing with silhouette also has to do with solid drawing. You want your characters to have a clear shape. And here, if we were to just fill this in, you wouldn't see his arm much at all, not completely. You know, actually the arm that is resting here is clearer than the one that is actually performing the action. So it's actually drawing the attention away. So again, staging, it really comes down to every single principle, you know, how you're animating things, how you're drawing things, how you're placing things in a scene. And yeah, it just sort of, I feel like the principles, as you study them, they become broader and broader, and at the same time it also feels like they're becoming more and more specific. So there are principles that talk about everything, and there are principles that are extremely specific about what they're talking about, like overlapping action versus just the word appeal in general. You know, they are very they really made a really good job with how they organize the principles, because I feel like it's a very effective way of remembering each of them. So yeah, that was the end of the principles. Next up, I'm just going to make some more specific applications of Adobe Animate. You know, you've seen me working on it, and I want to talk about some more technical stuff for last. So next up, I'm going to talk about more, you know, software specific things and anime before we wrap everything up. But I really wanted to talk about the principles and, you know, also give some examples and show you how I work in this software. Because when you know the principles, you can animate in any way, be it on paper or basically any software. You know, there are people who animate on softwares that don't even have animation interfaces. You know, people really find a way to create an animation somehow, you know, even if it's just by creating individual drawings and then compiling them in some sort of video editing software. You know, the animation software, it's here to facilitate things, obviously, and if you have access to one such as Adobe Animate, that's great. But knowing the principles, knowing the theory, and, you know, practicing animation, no matter how you're doing it, it's the most important part. And the rest is, you know, just technical stuff. However, there are things that, yes, it's important to know specifically how to work inside the software. And I'm gonna talk about that in the next classes, such as, you know, how to build up a scene in this software, how to create a rigged character, and how to, you know, create that hierarchy of body parts. But I'm not going to go into detail right now. But yeah, I hope this was informative. Bye bye.
Hey there! Congratulations on completing this free 4.5-hour Adobe Animate Essentials course. It's a pretty awesome achievement, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. You are now ready to get started on creating some cool stuff. If you would like to uncover all the hidden tips and tricks of working with Adobe Animate, click the link below in the description box. The Beginner to Advanced course consists of many more hours of exercises and demos, which will turn you into a pro in no time. You will be able to learn more about animating and work together with the instructor on many awesome projects. If that sounds like something you want, go check it out. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.